The Lotus calls us back to the Sanctum Anatomica, back to the rift between dust and void hidden in Albrecht's lab. A sound, a song, has been calling to her. She holds the kinepage of Arthur Nightingale, another artifact displaced in time, but this one belongs to the man whose mind we connected to back during the Whispers in the Wall.
Oh. It's you.
In this liminal space, both of us can coexist for a moment. The child of the Zerman and the adult who left it behind check in on their adopted mother. We could show our concern for her, or ask her for answers, but as is her way, she dodges both.
This isn't just a bad memory, is it? This is new. Do you mind explaining exactly what you mean by that?
She quickly, subtly, shakes her head, regaining her composure before she speaks to us.
You, my child, the great Indifference wants to take. I want to let it. I feel only the call. You, my champion, please, drown out that noise that beckons. If any other answers the call, no, it has to be you. Our paradox.
The Lotus, as a sentient, is particularly vulnerable to the corruption of the Void's influence. In her weakened state, as she still pieces her mind together, she cannot trust herself to protect the Tenno. She turns instead to the Drifter, the one who saved her once before. The sound of this ancient technology is more than just the ringing of a pager. It hides within it the voice of the man in the wall. It has been void-touched, trafficked here by a strand of Craw for the Drifter, who has a unique relationship to the powers of the Void, the powers of Duviri. This song is a bridge, allowing us to chase both the man in the wall and Albrecht Entrati back to 1999. And so we resume the Kalimo sequence. We connect the strand. We race to find Albrecht Entrati before the other.
Do you hear it? The calls of angels, devils, life itself. It's grown so loud. It tries to follow in his footsteps through time. You must find him first.
If we linger with the Lotus for a time, she will begin to think aloud. She remembers what her life as a mother has been, how both pain and overcoming that pain has defined her life. And even as she progresses through life, pain is not the thing that defines her.
I will not let it devour one instant of my pain. Not even Ballas. Not even the Jade Light. Lotus. Margulis. Nata. We live, we rise, we endure.
Rather, it is the knowledge she gained because of it, that her changes are a virtue.
I was the daughter. I became the mother. In time I shall be the witch. Blind once again, empty of all but wisdom.
She knows what she gained with her sacrifice, but she wonders, before she arrived, before she met the Tenno, what is it that we could have offered the man in the wall? What did they want from us?
You know what it gave. But what did you promise it in return, Lua? The miracle. Do you understand what it cost?
We also have no memory of what we promised them.
The system is changing. We are changing. If I become something you do not recognize, do not mourn. Within this shell, the three of us entwine. We forge a new strength. I will guide you, as I always have.
When we return to our orbiter, Lloyd sends us an email. Moments before we arrived, the Lotus had done battle directly with the Song of the Angels in the Void, and managed to keep the stalemate. Now Lloyd prepares what is needed to not only connect us across time, but to, with the help of the grey strain of Technocyte, send us to 1999.
Tenno, none of us could hear the device that was calling from the abyss of history. The daughter of Hunhao heard it, and almost succumbed to its call. She raised her voice in song to drown it out, and that we did hear. I should have known she was waiting for you. You answered a call and, in a way, found an answer. For me. The time is almost right to finish the Kalimos sequence. I will soon be able to send you to the city-state of Holvania in the plague year of 1999, a most perilous time. Without your equipment, you would surely perish. Luckily, the vessels have a connection to Albrecht's volunteers that I believe I can exploit. You will not arrive unarmed, nor unarmored. We won't be late.
Operator? Ordis wonders, what are you thinking about?
A lot happens in 1999 before we can travel back there. Throughout the lead up to one of Warframe's biggest quests, a quest that seems to be shifting the tone and the direction of the game as a whole, the Digital Extremes fan community was treated to a multimedia ARG, complete with both in and out of game lore to explore. Lore that, without the efforts of the fans, cataloging every bit of text and problem-solving puzzles at breakneck speed, would likely be lost to time. It is an odd time for me as a person that likes to prioritize making videos about the themes of my games, about the ideas, influences, and philosophies that drive the story. So much groundwork is being laid for future exploration that different parts of storytelling are taking center stage. For a time, this video will be about transition, about world building, and about characters. But trust that these things will give way to philosophy. And remember that the omnipresent themes of love and found families will always be the foundation supporting us. The main resource I used for exploring the ARG was Redditor Ton Baston's thread, as well as their link to a Google document that records the history of how the AR Grigata Discord server and the official Warframe Discord community solved the game. As we remember to appreciate the efforts of everyone in the community that solved these lore mysteries for me, let's dive into the new story that is being told.
Congratulations, Mr. or Mrs. Paige. Your email application has been reviewed, and we are thrilled to inform you that you are a perfect fit for Digital Extremes. As one of the premier government-sponsored game developers in the illustrious nation of Holvania, we pride ourselves on employing only the best developers in any particular field. Your new role as junior programmer will provide you with the best possible on-ramp to a sterling new career through our storied halls. To that end, we would like for you to begin immediately and start work on our brand new and extremely exciting new project that you have no doubt already heard of, War Sector. You will find all pertinent details for your new role, including directions to Digital Extremes' highly advanced and secretive office location attached to this email. An attendant will be available to help you find your new desk and begin onboarding for your new role. Welcome to the team. Name here: Gwen Aaron, Senior Head of Human Resources.
Upon opening warframe.com/1999/Dr. Entrati, we come to a login screen for a vintage computer. We gain access to the PC as well as a series of cryptic files just waiting to be read. Upon opening certain files, there is a chance to see some minor intervention by presumably Dr. Entrati himself. For a moment, gray underlined text saying, "You are not supposed to be here, Tenno," will flash in a pop-up before the text file loads completely. Ever rebellious by nature, we decide to explore the files anyway.
Hi Gwen, thanks very much for the warm welcome. I'm really excited to start my first day, and so soon too. Honestly, I couldn't believe I got hired without any interviews. Digital Extremes screening process really must be state of the art. I guess that's what I should expect from the best in the business. I just wanted to check though, are you sure that's the right address for the office? I drove by the other day and the place seems a lot less busy than I expected, but maybe I just have the wrong spot. Let me know whenever you can. Anyway, thanks again for the info and for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I've been trying to break into the industry for a while now, and I'm really excited to work on War Sector. I picked up the latest issue of Prime Gamer Monthly just to watch the new trailer on the demo disc. It looks absolutely awesome. Talk to you soon, Sam Paige.
The first story to be uncovered is that of the humble Sam Paige, a programmer who has been offered a dream job opportunity to work at the illustrious Digital Extremes in Holvania, no relation to the DE of our world. Their newest game, War Sector, has been a real hit and needs new talent to keep the game thriving. Poor, gullible Sam accepts the position without ever being interviewed or meeting a living person. As they begin working their assigned tasks, filling the one-staffed desk in the office themselves, they are unnerved by their programming projects appearing to complete themselves. Sam is certain that people are here, but why haven't they seen anyone yet?
Hey again, Gwen. Hope you're doing well. I just wanted to check in since I haven't heard very much from the rest of the team yet. Actually, I haven't really heard from anyone yet. It's a bit of a ghost town here right now. Though I did see a task list waiting for me at my work computer. Really appreciate that. I've had no trouble getting oriented since it's all pretty straightforward stuff. Really straightforward actually. This must be some of that state-of-the-art development tech mentioned in the promotional material. It sure seems to automate a lot of the process, but I wonder if I could talk to someone about the end results. They seem a little off. Not that I want to rock the boat on my first day or anything, you're probably not the person to ask about this. But I haven't seen anyone else in the office today. I can definitely hear folks walking around and talking, at least I think. Honestly, it's just a little bit spooky. Not that I'm complaining about all the extra desk space. Is the department team on holiday or something though? I'm probably still getting added to mailing lists, so maybe I just missed a memo? Let me know if there's any update. Sam. Gwen, just wanted to check in and make sure everything's okay. The last couple of responses I got seemed like they might be automated or something. I was hoping I could catch you now after the weekend. I even tried knocking on your office door, but it didn't sound like there was a person in there. Maybe a machine or something? Did you end up taking some time off too? There's someone else here. Obviously, other people are supposed to be here, even though the place still looks empty, but they won't actually show themselves. I think somebody might have broken into the office. Maybe one of the people who got sick. I definitely saw something down the hallway this morning. I didn't follow them. I'm heading out until I hear back from you or the authorities or anybody at all. I really don't mean to ditch a dream job like this, so please let me know if you get everything sorted out. But this is just too weird. Best, Sam.
The unease becomes too much for poor Sam. They decide to leave the position for the sake of professionalism. Sam sends one last email to their supposed supervisor, expressing their intention to keep working once they can confirm it is safe. Without realizing it, the situation has now changed for Sam. In the next message, Sam is trying to contact a friend on the outside. The doors and windows to the building seem to be forced shut now. Direct communication technologies have been disconnected.
Hey dude, this is really urgent, so please read carefully. I'm stuck at work. I don't mean like stuck here late or my tummy broke down or whatever. I mean, I literally cannot leave. Can you maybe come pick me up? Maybe bring a crowbar or like a knife or something? I don't mean to scare you, but I can't get the front door open. That's gotta be a major fire hazard at best, right? Speaking of scaring you, I think someone sick might actually be living here. At worst, I could wind up catching that weird rot from whoever's shuffling around here. Normally, I just call you or the authorities, but all the phone lines here just give a busy signal. Every single one. I'm really hoping this is just one of those new fad prank shows. I didn't read my contract as well as I probably should. Maybe it was actually some kind of weird waiver. Lying to someone about getting a job is in really sick taste, but hey, maybe I'll wind up on TV. Yes, I know you told me so. This place was definitely weird from the start, and I should have listened to you, but you're my best friend. Please come over here and get me. I just want to go home. Sam.
Sam now begins to panic. They worry that someone with that new illness, tech rot, may be secretly living here. Begins to rationalize. hoping that this is an elaborate prank by a sick television show, begins to beg their friend to come and save them. Sam has been contacted by someone, who, we can't exactly be sure. They have been let in on the ruse. There hasn't been a digital extremes in Holvania for some time, but in order to escape, Sam must obtain something.
Someone contacted me, sent files, not Gwen. There's no Gwen, not anymore. Don't know who, don't even know who I'm talking to now. They asked for help. My help. I'm the one stuck here, damn it! Place was bought out months ago. Shell company tried to replace them, us, whoever. Doesn't matter. Didn't work. Left some kind of failsafe. Needs a proactive mind to activate. As opposed to what? Don't know. Doesn't matter. 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 Getting out of here. Someone else can help. Maybe you, I guess? Whatever, I don't care. Help, or don't. I'll take it with me. I just need to get out of here. We can share it together. The signal.
The only thing we know about this item is that it gave off a signal. Whatever that signal was, it seems to be responsible for the transformation that we witnessed. Only partially in control of their faculty, the witless Sam Paige is becoming infected by the technocyte plague. The final file in this series is a progress report by Dr. Entrati.
How unfortunate. It would appear my firebreak was insignificant to the task of sealing off this unsightly ordeal. Playing with such an invasive organism as if it were common clay, gauging the limits of its creative ability for the purposes of popular entertainment. Folly. Worse than that, a waste of precious time. As this site now appears able to lure fresh meat into its charnel halls, unintentionally, I might wager, as it mindlessly mimics data long since absorbed. It has become too dangerous to leave to simple quarantine. Even scraps of technology derived from these aborted tests will already be infested. The very source code is now amenable to contagion. Wasting even more time, I am working on a solution. If you are reading this, you must remain in contact. Look for a dead drop on the city metro in 1 day's time. I will leave new instructions for you there.
Here, Entrati realizes he was unable to successfully quarantine this tech-rot site. The technocytes now have developed the ability to spread the infestation both physically and digitally. He blames the decision to use the infection to copy and reproduce entertainment-oriented media, a clear critique of the use of generative machine learning algorithms, which marketing campaigns insist we erroneously call AI, to steal and regurgitate artistic works for the sake of financial control. Our first look at the relationship between the Holvanian government and Dr. Entrati's work. Thus is the unceremonious end to the junior developer, Sam Paige. The next story we will explore is the text log of a public chat room. From the way this group of friends is chatting, it becomes apparent that they are on the precipice of the Holvanian lockdown. One alias, Letterbomb, is excited to share news about their hero, Dr. Friday.
Data corrupted. Did you guys hear about this doctor guy?
HEAR here.
He's like a super scientist or whatever. I heard he's got a cure.
Who are we talking about?
Huh.
Dr. Friday. No, you mean Dr. Entrati. How have you not heard of him? He's all over the net.
Aren't they the same guy?
Well, not really all over, but if you know where to look.
Whoa. You take that pic yourself? You met him in person?
LMAO. Posers. Don't act like you guys know something special.
You brought it up, dude.
Oh, yeah?
The good doctor hasn't been terribly successful at keeping his savior persona, if even this little group of Holvanian citizens know Entrati's real name. Beyond idle chatter, the next text log reveals a much more pressing concern.
Holy crap, guys. Did you just hear that? It was like an actual roar, but like weird. I don't know. Weird.
How should we know? It's not like we know where you live.
I think it came from under the street, like in the sewer or something. You must have heard it.
Just logging on now. I heard it too, folks.
Oh, Lua, something is seriously wrong around here.
It was so loud. I'm gonna go check it out. I'll try to take a picture.
Dude, what? Are you crazy?
That's a terrible idea!
You still there, LB?
This isn't funny.
Hello?
This message has been deleted on the authority of Scaldra, according to Section 21C of the Emergency Powers Information Access Act. Thank you for your cooperation.
What in Soul's name is that?
Letterbomb excitedly claims to have heard an unsettling, loud roar come up from below the streets. They run to try and take a picture, while their friends warn them not to violate the citywide house arrest. The next thing we see is not a picture from Letterbomb, but a message in red text, saying that the message has been deleted by the Scaldra, citing Emergency Powers Information Access Act. Make no mistake, this is not a mere act of censorship. Odyssey responded in shocked disbelief at the picture that was sent. This picture would be the last time anyone here spoke to their friend Letterbomb. They have been detained by the Scaldra for spreading this information to his friends. When the friends reconvene online, an innocent conversation about store shelves being empty develops into something much worse.
Data digesting.
This place is so totally dead right now.
That's not funny.
What? There is nothing to do. Can't even rent a movie. All the good stuff's totally cleaned out.
Don't know what to expect when everybody's trying to get out of town right now. Everybody who isn't trapped inside.
What's that supposed to mean?
They're stopping people from crossing the bridges now. Both ways.
Be serious.
It's true, those new guys with the nasty green stuff aren't messing around either. I saw somebody try to slide their Tommy through the tunnel traffic and one of the big dudes just clotheslined them right off.
Off their bike?
With his bare hands.
Now who's joking around?
Maybe they're the ones who took Letterbomb. Oh.
Oh crap. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking.
The Scaldra's military have begun the full-scale implementation of martial law. Through first-hand accounts, the Friends share an understanding of the violent force that is now enforcing the citywide quarantine. Despite realizing the truth, they still occasionally reach out to Letterbomb for a sign of hope. Only, this time, something strange happens. Letterbomb returns.
Still hungry.
Hey Letterbomb, you there?
No.
Still nothing.
Figured it's worth a shot, gotta keep trying something.
This can't be real. It's like a marketing thing.
How is this a marketing thing?
Like a movie thing, like an ad for that new horror movie.
I heard whatever LB said, Audie.
You don't know it was the same thing.
There are more of those Scaldra guys with weird guns in my neighborhood the next day.
This user has been suspended on the authority of Scaldra, according to Section 21C of the Emergency Powers Information Access Act. Thank you for your cooperation.
Well, that's new.
Hey, everybody. I'm hoping you can help me find my sister. I know that she used chat rooms for local residents like this one. Have any of you had contact with the person in this photograph?
Oh, hey, yeah! I know this person super well, actually!
Come on. Do not feed the trolls.
How do you know this person?
We used to date.
Did you? Do you remember the last time you saw them? Can you provide details as to a specific time and location?
I don't think so. See, I'm a famous supermodel and I really need to keep my privacy or the paparazzi just won't stop harassing me. I told them we had to break up for their own safety. It was really heartbreaking stuff.
We didn't see anything, but we'll be sure to let you know if we did, officer.
I gotta go. I just can't deal with this right now.
From a mothership's reply, it is clear that this is no happy reunion, and the chat room is fully aware of it. We won't get to know what was said, as this too has been deleted by Scaldra censorship. But we know it wasn't Letterbomb. A new player enters the chat. Oddly formal, preening with hello fellow kids energy, user Lord Saberwolf begins asking about and posting pictures of his supposed sister, the picture belonging to one Aoi Morohoshi of the Hex. This chat room isn't connected to Aoi in any way, just a group of Holvanians surviving in the lockdown, so they respond to the stranger in their own ways. Deadboy trolling the ignorant Lord Saberwolf, Socket doing their due diligence to comply and placate the authorities. Lord Saberwolf is a Scaldra plant. Perhaps even Victor Vodyanoi or Major Rousulka. We can't really know.
Commence replication.
Whole bottom floor of my building got taken today.
Oh, Soul. I guess we really do know what happened to Letterbomb now. They're not even trying to hide it anymore.
Starting to think we should get out of here.
Obviously.
Obviously.
Especially with Scaldra reading your messages.
Yeah. Wait, what?
I didn't see anybody new enter the chat. I can't kick them.
Hacker. Very, very uncool.
The person in the photo. Maybe the one you got, or another just like it. Staring back at a dozen other groups just like this one. You need help. Sooner or later, they'll resent you for that. My money is on Sooner since they're already watching you, but I'm watching them.
Oh, I do not like this.
Me neither.
That's good. Stay paranoid. Keeps you smart. You always have options. Think them over. You're circling the drain, slipping downward into the ooze like so many others. But I'm saying you can always crawl back up instead. Stop hiding. Start seeking. There are people who can help pull you up.
What do you have in mind?
I'm listening.
The final message is another interruption from an uninvited guest. One XXGlimmerXX, the Kinepage username of Aoi Morohoshi, encouraging the ragtag group of internet sleuths to resist the Scaldra and offering them an opportunity to assist the Hex. A number of themes for Warframe 1999 have been developed by these short digital epistolaries. The quarantine of Holvania is clearly drawn from the worldwide COVID pandemic. The technosites, as a narrative device that already lies somewhere between living bodies and technology from Warframe's lore, are now being used for two simultaneous metaphors: the coronavirus itself, as well as the censoring and propagandizing of news and information technology. People are not safe to share information that is not favorable to the Scaldra. The Scaldra are actively purging both people from their homes and information from the internet in order to reassert a level of control over the city. Control that was lost precisely because of the Holvanian government and the Scaldra's attempts to profit off of the use of the technosites. When the Tenno logs off of the computer, we may notice that we are not the only proxy snooping around on this particular network. As the computer confirms that it is now safe to shut down, the text is replaced with the red text associated with the Scaldra, warning us not to shut down the computer and remove their access. For a moment, Major Nessie Rousulka appears reflected in the monitor, suggesting that she too is observing and reading the files alongside us. The final details of the ARG prologue to explore are a series of preview websites through the Ask Lloyd search engine, a spoof on Ask Jeeves. Through the search history, we can access some relevant sites: a fan-made MySpace page for the band On-lyne, notably owned by one Rebecca F., a breakthrough innovation of a website allowing you to order a pizza over the internet. Lastly, an Atomicycle advertisement covered in sticky note widgets left by a hacker named Spark, as well as a series of character profiles for the first 6 members of the Hex, presented as if we are reading paper dossiers left on Albert Entrati's desk in the Sanctum Anatomica. They are Letitia Garcia, a libertarian, Warframe's stand-in for the United States of America, who served as a medic in the same unit as Arthur Nightingale, now in Holvania as a member of the independent paramilitary organization, the ICR, International Crisis Response. Amir Beckett, another libertarian in Holvania, working as an information security intern at Holvania's nuclear energy plant. Albert Entrati tricking him into handing over classified information, which was discovered and reported to the Scaldra, turning Amir into an enemy spy and enemy of the state. Arthur Nightingale. He, along with his twin sister Eleanor, grew up in Britannia. He served in a special unit of the Britannic military, the Crimson Watch. However, once disillusioned by the callous violence he was ordered to partake in, he retired, only to join the ICR, a new opportunity to finally be a hero. Aoi Morohoshi, a second-generation Jipangu Canadian citizen, Jipangu being Warframe's stand-in for the word Japan, which more closely resembles the old Portuguese word for Japan, which was itself the result of a decades-long international game of telephone that transformed the native Japanese word Nippon into the word we know now. And Kanata, Warframe's alternate reality Canada, which I learned from the wiki is closer to the native Algonquin word for village, Kanata, which is Canada's namesake. Aoi Morohoshi joined the ICR for similar reasons to Arthur. She has a strong sense of justice and desire to do right by her fellow man. Eleanor Nightingale. She took a different path than her brother Arthur, caring deeply for people's right to know the truth, a deep desire to speak openly and honestly. Eleanor became a journalist, and when she discovered what wasn't being openly discussed about the tech rot epidemic from Arthur, she forged a travel visa and illegally immigrated to Holvania to report directly from Ground Zero. Quincy Isaacs, born and raised in Jamaica, Warframe's Jamaica, Quincy Isaacs moved to Britannia to join the military, save up money for college, and sent money back to his family on the islands. As another member of the Crimson Branch, the only thing he cared about more than looking out for himself is looking out for those he considers family back home, which poses a problem when Arthur saved his life during a mission, creating a bond and a debt he couldn't forget. This connection being the reason Quincy retired from the Britannic military alongside Arthur and followed him to the ICR. Later, the Hex will also be joined by Flair Vorleon, lead singer and guitarist of the internationally famous band Temple and the Rippers. They were invited to perform by one Scaldra Lieutenant Victor Vodyanoi, only to become wrapped up in the Holvanian government's scheme to replace popular bands with artificial tech rot copies, to create a Holvania tourist industry, only to also be caught in Entrati's plan to create proto-frames capable of fighting against the Indifference. Their performance during the lockdown led to anti-Scaldra riots in the streets, which were, in turn, violently suppressed. Velimir Volkov II, a Russian libertation spy who, after getting terribly wasted at an international spy convention, met and fell in love with a colleague, Minerva Hendricks. Minerva Hendricks, a Romanian libertation spy who, after seeing Velimir get horribly drunk just to get the courage to talk to her, formed a bit of a crush on the hapless Velimir. Their bond deepened over a series of joint misadventures. While on assignment together overseas, they met a war orphan. Deciding to adopt and raise the child together, that child grew up to be one Major Nessie Rousulka of the Scaldra military. They illegally entered Holvania to find Rousulka and convince her to return home. And Kaya Velasco, a 19-year-old tech prodigy. Kaya's specific heritage isn't detailed in-game, but from in-game facts and supplemental statements from DE, we can deduce that Kaya is from the Warframe equivalent of the Philippines, in Holvania on a student visa. She was set to complete her first year of university when a mortifying betrayal and the tech rot epidemic befell her. Not one to play the victim, she has much bigger plans than simply running away from her problems. Finally, the last secret of the ARG website. By initiating the dialogue sequence from the computer and hanging up a phone in the Holvania Mall to allow phone line internet connections to pass through, we access a strange array of 90s home entertainment hardware, encouraging us to begin solving the code. The screens then read,
"Good. The stage is set, as it were, but the signal must be spread. I will share more details in a manner similarly encoded as my messages up to this point. Once you have the proper order, enter it here. I have secured appropriately enough a most viral medium to carry the signal, yet you will need to work in tandem to boost its reach. Find as many like-minded individuals as you can to enter the code.
Do not fail. Using a series of random letters that repeat the word lock, the word for void in void tongue, and once the code is solved, a new message appears.
Excellent. Your efforts are added to the signal. We need many voices, however, and I know just the carrot to entice more to join the chorus. In the meanwhile, here is a small token of gratitude, the great despair.
The reward being access to a new song by On-lyne, revealing to the Tenno that the thing which has been guiding us through this exploration of these secret files was the tech rot itself, perhaps making us complicit in spreading the plague that initiated the Plague Year, which directly led to the decimation of the Earth and the eventual rise of the spacefaring Orokin Empire. What makes a man turn neutral? Lust for gold? Power? Or are they just born with a heart full of neutrality? I hate these filthy neutrals. With enemies, you know where they stand, but with neutrals, who knows? It sickens me. This book, is a comparative exploration of two unlikely games, Steel Rising and Lies of P. Both released in 2023, both set in pivotal moments of French history, both games inspired by the games Dark Souls and Bloodborne by acclaimed studio From Software. Both stories about robots centered around the motif of puppetry and dolls. Both stories about the human spirit and what it means to be a real person. Stories inspired by Italian cultural touchstones like Commedia dell'arte and Pinocchio, yet vastly different in scope and execution. Steel Rising was widely panned by critics, while Lies of P is widely praised as the best Souls-like to be made by a non-From Software studio. While both a kind of science fiction, one of these games is a historical fantasy and the other a historical fiction. Yet what does it mean for a video game story to be either? Because of that question, both of these games share a very similar problem. Modern game development has a problem. Video games are considered an entertainment medium, one that is mostly for children. To reach maturity as an art form, games and their developers had to expand the medium into deep, affecting, and unique narratives that can only be accomplished by ludonarrative, by writing a story through authoring an experience. For decades, the goal has been to demonstrate to the broadest possible audience an ability to have culturally important stories. Stories like Mr. Smith Goes to Washington, Invisible Man, To Kill a Mockingbird, or Isaac Asimov's I, Robot. Stories that mean something to people because they can see their real values and their struggles reflected in fiction. Games accomplish this feat every year. What kinds of stories are culturally important today? After a brief respite from the wars of the 20th century, today's culture is one defined by increasing political turmoil. The struggles of one's nation and the international stage have entered the home. They are our personal struggles. We have entered into the era of an anti-civil rights movement. The smallest and most vulnerable scapegoats have been exaggerated to the fate of society itself by politicians whose true motives are merely to empower and enrich themselves by convincing society to champion its own collapse. The deep stories that will be remembered by history will be the stories that speak to this personal political upheaval. Narrative-centered games clearly want to have this kind of place in history, as everything from Call of Duty and Assassin's Creed to boutique stories like Detroit Become Human market themselves around historical and political intrigue. Yet we are also in a time where being labeled political is a pejorative that will usher in waves of criticism and boycotts before even a second of the game has been seen by the public. Everything is woke and evil until a week after release, then it's old news. It is fascinating, then, that some game developers would first be doggedly inspired by history, culture, and politics while making a game, only to censor themselves the moment people start looking at the final product. What drives a game to raise its hands and cry apolitical? What drives a game to censor whole schools of philosophy from commenting when seeking publicity? What drives a game to be so politically inspired only to censor itself at the midnight hour? This is All Puppets Are Bastards. Liberty and Labor in the Age of AI. L'union fait la force. Though this isn't the first time DE has published a comic to accompany Warframe's story, previous comics were focused on world building. This comic, by Cam Rogers and TBG Karu, is probably the first time a one-shot has directly informed the story of an in-game quest so immediately. One that provides critical information and helps to fill in the gaps of Albrecht Entrati's personal timeline. Appropriately titled Warframe 1999, the comic opens up on Arthur and the gang mid-mission, battered, beaten, and surrounded by Scaldra, weighing the risks of fighting off the Scaldra as they are, or playing right into the schemes of the enigmatic Dr. Friday, Entrati's nom de guerre, for his exploits in Holvania. The team's cohesion is in shambles. Arthur is stabbed and barely stabilized by Letty's unrefined command of the Trinity Warframe's power. As Eleanor distracts the Scaldra, Quincy is heading out the door and suggesting everyone leave Arthur behind. As the Scaldra descend on their location, they speak in Orokin script, connecting the Scaldra to the ancient roots of the Orokin Empire. Despite hightailing it for their bikes, the Scaldra already have the building surrounded. The Hex are cornered. The comic flashes back to Arthur leading a mission debrief. Here we learn that Dr. Friday was both working in collaboration with the Holvanian government, with the Scaldra, and has only recently defected from their service. He has occupied a library building formerly owned by Holvania's People's Party, He has recruited a combination of mercenaries and former Scaldra who are devotees to Entrati as a religious messiah. While the political leanings of Holvania's People Party are unclear, if they are being juxtaposed against the Scaldra, I feel confident in my assumption that this is either a liberal centrist or socialist left party. Either way, the library won't be of any use to any politics for now, as what is clear is that Dr. Friday has taken over this building and turned it into a technocyte research lab. The dramatic irony of the scene is that we know, and Entrati knows, that the transformation is irreversible, a transformation in stages that will slowly take their minds many years from now, should there be no miraculous intervention. This mission is in no way assured. They may look like Warframes, but the extent of their strength is also limited by the extent of their infestation. The image of a bullet through a Mir's arm, when a similar bullet would merely bounce off the ferrite skin of one of our Warframes, shows that they are yet mortal. Despite the risks, the Hex are able to establish control of the library. However, when they reach the lab, they don't find Entrati anywhere. Quincy mentions there have been no eyes on the target. Instead, they find a note addressed to Major Nightingale, a note that informs him of Entrati's true enemy, a threat far greater, far more incomprehensible than any military dictatorship. This one note also solves one of the biggest mysteries that has been plaguing the Warframe lore community, namely that it provides for us a timeline, saying definitively, Holvania shall chart the course of human history for 10,000 years, meaning we can approximate that the events of Warframe's origin system storyline take place approximately after 12,000 CE, the 13th millennium. That or Entrati was speaking metaphorically, such as when classical Chinese literature says the 10,000 things to mean everything, or the Japanese bonsai chant literally meaning 10,000 years, but figuratively meaning to live forever. Either way, for my passive listeners, for reference, we are currently living in the 1st century of the 3rd millennium. Warframe is still incomprehensibly far into the future. Then, a moment of intuition. Arthur heads to a different room of the library, and there, bathed in the red lights of an approaching squad of Scaldra, is Dr. Friday. Arthur, ever the soldier, yells his orders with his gun drawn. Entrati, calmly, continues to have the conversation he intends. He instructs them to take the second dose of his treatment, to complete their proto-frame transformation. He has, as a matter of insurance, ordered his own troops to attack his lab. The entire mission was a mousetrap, to force the Hex into making this decision. Somehow, despite being at gunpoint, Entrati manages to end up behind Arthur, eternalism the only possible explanation. He stabs Arthur through the gut with a dagger, a mortal wound. Calmly, Entrati advises Arthur to take the serum, and to give one to each of his friends, that doing so is part of a higher calling. Then he walks away. There is some discussion to be had here as to whether this Entrati is the genuine article or the copied face of the man in the wall, acting in Entrati's place. How else would we explain Entrati's uncanny ability to appear wherever and whenever he needs, if not for void magic? I am uncertain. However, my one clear reason for believing that this is Albrecht and not the Indifference is this: he isn't smiling. The Albrecht that Lloyd told us about in the Sanctum Anatomica is a stoic, unfeeling man, one who expresses emotion and values with deeds more so than feeling. A learned indifference propped up as a shield against the emotion-driven powers of the void. Regardless of what the man in the wall is feeling at any moment, their default always returns to a sickeningly wide smile. Flash forward to the moment the Hex have been cornered, they realize that they are out of options. Embracing one another, they take the serum. In an eruption of pain, the Helminth technocytes within them transform their bodies. The agony causes them all to collapse. Connecting the final links, they wake up to a new and intuitive mastery of their new bodies. Blasting their way out of the trap, the team resolves themselves to their new lives in Holvania and set out to find a new base of operations, a new place to call home. It is here that I would like to introduce the philosophy which we'll be using to analyze the story of Warframe 1999, the absurdism of the artist Albert Camus. Now, I know that setting things up like this can feel a little artificial. Many people would prefer that I keep to the source material alone, without any interjection of outside ideas or my own opinions in my essays about the game. That's not really how I do things though. Whereas I always strive to prioritize finding direct references and allusions to guide my connections to Warframe's story, I am also using my love of culture, history, and philosophy to develop my personal connection with the story. I strive to make it clear when I think an idea is directly expressed from the game versus when I'm bringing up an idea to better understand the game. I like to share my close readings with you, and I'm very grateful that so many of you are willing to come along with me. Formally, the method of analysis which I'm using is called applied hermeneutics. I'm not trying to make you agree with my experience of the game so much as I hope I am encouraging you to share my perspective for a moment, and then go out and try to have this kind of experience from your own perspective and with your own influences. Take a moment and think about where each of the characters in 1999 is from. Everybody has a canonical home country that is a direct parallel to a real-world nation or culture. Not one of them, however, are from Holvania. Everyone in the Hex is an outsider. Beyond that, each one of the Hex were also deeply idealistic. They entered Holvania during the onset of the plague as relief workers, journalists, engineers, musicians, parents, and kids, trying to help people with health, information, stability, entertainment, to help them achieve some level of normalcy in unprecedented times. Albert Camus, too, was an outsider. Born and raised a French Algerian in Africa, Camus left his home country to pursue his artistic career in France. The Algerian Revolution against colonial France began while he was away. The political upheavals in his time shattered the foundations of everything Camus had come to rely on for a sense of security, putting him in a state of dual exile, physically exiled from the place he called home in Algeria, and ideologically exiled from the violence of both the French Empire and the Revolution. All of his beliefs about how the world was had died, yet despite this complete collapse, he still found himself loving and caring for the world and his fellow person. The same happened to everyone in the Hex. The organization they worked for, the ICR, turned on the people they came to help. The government of Holvania turned on its citizens and on the Hex in turn. Everyone in the Hex is an illegal immigrant in a foreign nation that openly welcomed them and then changed its mind. A quarantine became a prison filled with deadly gas. And when Dr. Entrati came and offered them that serum, offered them the hope that everything they believed in was still true and real and good, he transformed them into unfathomable monsters. This is the experience, the feeling of exile. The embodied knowledge that cannot be understood through mere rationality. This is the absurd, the realization that the universe is inherently a meaningless and uncaring place, and yet the human animal is by nature a meaning-making creature. To live as a human is to live as something that values things, that loves things, and that by loving and crafting meaning from nothing, we ensure our own suffering, when the universe reminds us that it is still meaningless. Absurdism, despite sharing a lot with existentialism, is also playing in the same garden here as Cynic and Buddhist ideas. This is why Albert Camus wrote his most famous line as a philosopher, that the only philosophically important question is whether or not to kill yourself. For Camus, the only person who can live authentically is someone who has struggled with suicidal ideation and survived. Not because he was trying to be edgy and tough, but because to be starkly aware of the human condition in this way and choosing to live regardless will start a person down the path of affirming life in all of its forms. There are 3 stages on this journey. The first is the absurd, the second is revolt, and the third is solidarity. Warframe 1999 is a story that begins where it ends and ends where it begins. As we watched the promo trailers for the events of 1999, curiously, none of these scenes appear in the story we are about to see. Arthur and Aoi's romance, the midnight New Year's from the Holvanian subway, all culminating in Holvania's nuclear power plant experiencing a critical meltdown, resulting in a nuclear explosion, only to be reset to the tune of a cassette, rewinding the tape. The Indifference has made it to 1999 before us.
It's December 31st, 1999. Let's say goodbye to the old year with a track you all know and love from global sensation On-lyne.
Albrecht has looped this strand of craw to contain its influence and set a stage for us to confront the man in the wall. We see Arthur sitting at the security booth in the Holvania Mall. At the ring of his pager, his hand is possessed by void energy and forced to type out the location of a rendezvous point with Albrecht and Entrati.
Not again! Bastard!
Never one to miss an opportunity, Arthur sets out to find the keys to his atomicycle. While Scaldra fighter planes fly home from their latest air raid.
I'm on break, Arthur. Don't mess with my game time.
Need my Tommy keys, Amir. I'm not letting another lead on Entrati go to waste.
Oh, that was cheating.
My keys better not be in that mess.
Learn to hotwire. Jeez.
As he checks around with his crew, it becomes immediately apparent that team coherence and morale are pretty low.
Did you take my damn keys?
Don't distract me, Boy Scout.
No disrespect, Quincy. Got places to be is all. Someone is taking my stuff. How's she doing?
If she wasn't your blood, she'd be on her own out there.
Got a lead on Entrati. Sewers. Arse deep in Techron, most likely. I'm going after him. For all our sakes. Letty, look, if you've taken my keys again...
Despite the dysfunction, the Hex are still a team, and no one goes out alone.
Hold up! Hero boy. You're going after Dr. E all by yourself.
Or maybe you're gonna bail on us, Arthur. Forget it.
We're in this mess because of you.
I'm coming too! Guys? Am I sensing some tension here?
No one's bailing. I got us into this, and if it kills me, I'll get us. Fine. Aoi, Amir, Quincy on backup. Letty, you and Eleanor hold the fort here. Keep the Jennies running.
Immediately, we are confronted by Major Nessie Rousulka, the highest-ranking officer on the field in the Holvanian war zone. Her long robotic arm eerily reminiscent of the proportions of the Orican elites.
The doctor's dashing patient zero in the flesh. Shame. But my Scaldra have their orders. Kill on sight.
A squadron of Scaldra attack, their weapon of choice, chemical warfare, Ifurvan gas. Over comms, Major Rousulka taunts Arthur. Her word choice gives us a first glimpse at where the indifference has taken root.
Pity. We could have been allies, kiddo. My Scaldra, put that thing down!
Iced them! Too slow, Arthur.
I had it under control.
The Major lures us into a trap, assaulting Arthur with a tank and Stormfall paratroopers.
Have it your way. By this time next year, nothing will remain of you slugs. Meet the co-star of your grand finale, an H-04 F-Vervon tank. Enjoy.
Requesting assistance! The vents above the treads.
Victor, drop them in. Now!
Found a hole in its shield, Arthur.
Thanks, Quincy.
As Quincy identifies the weak points, Arthur sabotages the tank using its own turret. The resulting explosion collapses the plaza, dropping Arthur into an underground cavity possessed by tech rot. Eleanor reaches into our mind to wake us, to warn us that Entrati and his pet Kalimos are approaching.
Wake up, he comes. Crownless king clad in gold. A pallid beast. Tap, tap, tapping.
Her poeticism creates a clue as it references the infamous sound of the man in the wall's fingers. Rap, tap, tap. Entrati and Kalimos vanish as quickly as they appear, leading us deeper.
Arthur! What the hell was that? Where are you? Come in!
He's here, deep in the tech rot. I'm going after him.
Wherein we find a massive tech rot helminth, a foundry which has just finished creating an Excalibur Warframe, a conduit.
Entrati, what devils follow you?
Rather than a fight breaking out, a few scant frames show the Drifter transfer out of the Excalibur unit and into Arthur Nightingale. Arthur's mind is then force-fed the entire history of the conflict with the Man in the Wall and knowledge of previous loops. The Drifter is finally here, or they are here again, to try to change the outcome.
That was very rude.
We fade to a new scene. Lieutenant Victor Vodyanoi, his chest emblazoned with a tattoo of the twin gods Lua and Sol, attempting to interrogate by way of torture. Albrecht Entrati is unmoved by his puerile display of Fight Club masculinity.
Victor, that's no way to treat our little tourist.
Rousulka enters the scene.
He won't talk.
Oh, not even to me.
Not my type.
Oh, but we're old friends.
And at least in this moment, we can be sure that the unsmiling Dr. Entrati is the genuine article, as the man in the wall, parading in a series of personae, attempts a different kind of torture.
Aren't we, Master?
In a mocking tone, pseudo-Lloyd begins to perform.
Master, my master, why hast thou abandoned me?
All that matters is I'm here now. There, my faithful man-cat.
But is it really you? After all these years, Master, you're hurting me!
That's it, isn't it? The poison to your plan.
And what is that?
The soliloquy referencing Psalm 22 of the New Testament, my God, why have you abandoned me?" The play mocking the relationship these men have with each other, attempting to scare Entrati by showing how the Indifference will target Lloyd next, to which the real Entrati is bemused at how blatantly obvious the Indifference is being about its own ignorance. The Indifference asked nicely, wanting to know about Albrecht's plan to stop it, and so he raises his head, revealing his eyes to represent his honesty. With his genuine, tight-lipped smile, he tells them,
Love.
Back with the Hex, we enter on the Drifter, having just finished attempting to explain the situation, where they are from, why they are then, and what's about to happen at the nuclear power plant.
You taking a piss?
If it's bullshit. I'll feed Marty here to the tech rod myself, but the clock's running out.
The nuke. Kinda makes sense, actually.
Happy New Year.
Well, you're on point, Marty. But you try any of those head games again, and there won't be much left for Letty to stitch back up. You read me?
Loud and clear.
Amir, having worked there, is able to vouch to the distinct possibility that the reactor could blow. Begrudgingly, the Hex allow our Drifter to lead them on this new lead to capture Dr. E.
Check me out, giving kit to Entrati's cybercop. Nah, more like V1000 sent to smoke us all, am I right?
We got a blizzard coming in. Well, the On-lyne boys had better get their lip balm ready before the big show, or it's gonna be a chappy new year.
So you just puppet this thing? Whole lot of metal in there. Arthur's taking a chance on you. You hurt him, and I'll twist you inside out. Try not to scratch the paint. Letty, you buying this shit?
No, Owie, I am not.
Cut the chatter. 19 hours till we're popping corks or vaporized. We get Entrati and put a stop to this.
As we search for him, the Scaldra block our path, as propagandist megaphone broadcasts justify their military occupation by painting the Hex as a terrorist organization, promising that by killing us, they will make Holvania great again.
Holvania, the eve of a new millennium brings with it great change. The war criminal Albrecht Entrati, father of the Techrot justice. Tonight, we will fill the great void of suffering. A new year, a new era. Albania will be great once again!
Right. We're the terrorists. Love what you've done with the place, lady.
Lot of heat here in the op block, Arthur. You sure Mighty's lead isn't just a setup? You holding something back, hero boy?
You wouldn't believe it anyway.
Amir, you said the nuke story made sense. This Y2K shit real?
Of course it's real. Some glitch in the old control software, probably written in COBOL.
Chingao.
Holding cells ahead. Big moment for you, Marty.
He'll be there.
When we reach Entrati's makeshift holding cell,
You better have him. Marty? Is Entrati there?
He's gone. It's broken through already, changing things.
Bollocks! Get your ass out of there! Quincy, Owie, we need fire support!
I told you this was a setup!
back at home base, the crew argues about what to do. They contemplate leaving Holvania altogether. Aoi, not wanting to give up the ideals which drove them to join the ICR, Letty, clearly burned out from compassion fatigue.
So what do you want me to do, Letty?
Maybe we cut our losses like we should have done weeks ago. We pack up and get the hell out of this estercolero before it's turned to ash. Just an idea.
You don't have a problem with a few 100,000 going up in smoke?
Anyone still stuck here is tech rot anyway. Sometimes you have to amputate, Aoi, and cauterize.
Everyone trying to make the right decision when every choice is the hard choice.
Didn't come out here to cut and hide. If Dr. E won't stop this, then I say we do it. Am I right, Amir? Amir!
So where's Entrati? You said this was a loop.
Not anymore, is it? Your boogeyman changed the rules. You're toast, like the rest of us now.
Seems so. But that means we can change it too.
Stop the nuke.
No one listens.
Get me wired in.
Quincy and Amir, already on board with the plan to save the reactor before the conversation even started. We and Quincy distract the tech rot while the rest help Amir to get access to the Scaldra's network, remote control over the reactor to keep it online.
The tech rot's pumping out spores.
I don't want more of that shit in my system.
Stow it, Letty. Amir, talk to me. Is your plan ready?
Almost. Just needs a transponder on site. Any Scaldra console down there should do it. Hell scrubbers. Giant air filters to capture tech rot spores. I've commandeered their deployment system. Just need you to keep them pumping.
Quincy and Marty, keep the air clean while the rest of us search the tunnels for a terminal. You too, Letty.
Start turning like Eleanor, I'll be haunting your ass.
Knock the pus sacks off that scrubber before they sprout ahead.
While we work, Arthur and Eleanor making sure no civilians will be caught in the crossfire during this operation. As we have already seen from the prologue material, the Hex follow a starkly different modus operandi from the Scaldra's martial law.
New health scrubber, inbound!
Little Amir knows all about these ops and their systems. A proper boss like you was smart enough to figure it out, innit, Marty?
Eleanor, you sensing any civilians down here?
Not one.
So, wherever they're hiding out, it's above ground. That's a mercy.
Breathing easier? I wouldn't get used to it. Reactivating code. And success! Keep your eyes out for another hell scrubber.
Amir, found a terminal.
Coming! What? Oh! No. That's not a terminal, Arthur. Not anymore.
Oh, shit. Aim for the head!
See, this is why the Major wears a freaking face mask. Oh, please.
You're as infected as the rest of us, Letty.
Yeah, look up latent infection, bitch.
By the way, Letty tells us to look up the term latent infection, and what Bay wants, Bay gets, so we're going to do that. A latent infection is essentially when an organism is residing in the body without actively replicating or causing any immune symptoms. Some organisms can remain dormant in the body for years, even decades, potentially creating an even worse disease than if it had been caught earlier. The most famous latent infection you are probably aware of is the varicella zoster virus, also called chickenpox. The same virus can lay dormant for a lifetime and becomes the much worse shingles disease in adults. I was among the last generation to have to get chickenpox as a child to build my immune system and thus prevent getting shingles later in life. I even have the pox scar on my chest to prove it. My younger viewers, however, will be lucky to have never learned what a pox party is, thanks to the invention of the chickenpox vaccine. Shingles is a horribly painful and potentially deadly disease, so I highly encourage you to check with your doctor about getting your vaccine history up to date. Regardless, Letty is warning us that we have no reason to believe that this stage of the tech rot infestation is the worst it can get. Further exposure could lead to further breakthrough infections down the line. Our proto-frame friends may just be on their way to becoming batch Warframes in the future, if they manage to live that long.
Hold. Sensing a Scaldra force on the surface.
Even Scaldra got more sense than to come down here.
We'll see. Keep us posted.
Amir, you in?
Root access confirmed. Albania Public Utilities, I am in you. MP3s?
What did you do, Amir? Come in. Com's dead.
What's going on?
Isn't it great? Amir got these from the hack.
Amir! Can't hear myself think.
Tatari! Got it!
Oh, come on!
Kalimos arrives and leads us to the back room.
Kalimos.
She showed up after the hack. Look, Marty. Maybe we got off on the wrong. Entrati.
A portal leading to a private loft which Entrati used as his own private study. Already kitted out with everything we would need from our orbiter. Correctly guessing Entrati's pretty obvious password, he has recorded another message for us.
Tenno, if you are seeing this, your loop has been altered.
No kidding.
You and I are trapped here. Soon, the murmur will crawl through the cracks and devour this world and its possibilities. Our only means of escape, our only hope to contain this horror I have created, will require a spark of energy rare in this timeline. You know what this means. Do not allow Arthur and the Hex to stop this. I realize what I am asking, but you of all people understand what is at stake. For the sake of everything before and to come, at midnight tonight, the bomb must go off.
Entrati is telling us that, for him, to seal the cracks in reality that have opened Holvania to the void, he needs an immense and sudden release of energy. He needs us to sacrifice Holvania to prevent the Man in the Wall from gaining influence over the universe far earlier than the history we are familiar with.
We found him! Marty! Come on!
Who?
With another lead on Entrati, rather than stick to our previous Plan B, we haphazardly rush headlong after Plan A, capture Dr. Entrati. Without much of a plan at all, the mission starts going bottoms up pretty quickly.
We got chatter on Scaldra comms. They've been moving a VIP at regular intervals. It's gotta be Dr. E, right? Meet me across town.
Fences up, Scaldra.
That convoy's a trap. I doubt Entrati's even on it.
If there's a chance he's on it, we have to try. Only he can stop this.
Convoy approaching the Mara tunnels. That's the place to hit them.
No air support. Smart.
I'm just a pretty face,
Arthur, what if he doesn't know?
Just haul ass to Owie. Rest of us will catch up.
Aoi gets trapped under a flatbed truck. From the context, we can deduce that moments of panic are what causes Aoi to lose her powers.
Get these assholes off my back!
Still not used to whatever this is. Here, let's ditch the cycles for something less conspicuous.
What follows is my favorite part of the quest, a clear reference to the motorcycle chase scene in Final Fantasy VII. We defend our newfound ride with an endless supply of rocket launcher ammo. We and Rousulka are both apparently after the elusive Albrecht.
So you're the new lapdog, kiddo? Tell me, Toto, what's he done to earn your loyalty?
You know this witch?
It's complicated.
Albert Camus did not like philosophers, and he never wanted to identify as one. Despite playing in the language of philosophy to explain his critiques, he believed that the way philosophers had been crafting ethical systems out of different ontologies and political theories were partly responsible for the horrors of the 20th century under Western imperialism, fascism, and socialist totalitarianism. Crafting these abstract a priori rules and then developing out all these complicated moral systems out of those abstractions. Giving ourselves to these dogmas both distracts people from having to face the reality of the absurd and allows people to see each other as abstractions as well.
Not the jealous type, but if I can't have him, you can't either!
Forcing a crash landing, Major Rousulka and the Indifference crawl for her life. All these people chasing after Entrati, all these lives lost, all to stop a nuclear explosion that has already happened and will always happen. And yet, so casually, he simply walks out to greet us and instructs us to kill Major Rousulka for being controlled by the Indifference.
Here is the breach. With each cycle, more seeps into her.
Who are you?
Kill her. Now.
Yet when she turns up at us, she doesn't even recognize us. She has been the pawn of the Indifference the whole time. When Rousulka is in control, she hardly even realizes who we are or where she is. It's one thing to ideologically support the death of an ideology's villain, it is another to be the one that pulls the trigger. Rousulka is a Scaldra, our enemy. She may in fact be the man in the wall, or the host that allows the Indifference to influence 1999. Despite the fact that we are in a war, despite the fact that we are dealing with the reality of violence and death in every encounter, right now, this person is weaponless, helpless. They are not a threat. Is it right to kill her, Rousulka, merely as a means to our greater goal? Is it right to so easily use an abstraction and use the orders of an authority figure to justify ending a person's life in the name of protecting people's lives? Rousulka is powerless under the Void's influence. Why choose to be cold at this moment? We have all played many roles in this performance. The Drifter plays the warrior, Albrecht played the sage in Duviri, the savior in Holvania, the villain to the Hex. The man in the wall is, ultimately, playing the princess, not a damsel, but a child in distress, acting out for attention. Yin, I'd be no different. Yang, you do it. Yin Yang, it's not really her.
But it's not really her that's doing this.
If you cannot sacrifice even this much, how will you do what comes next?
What's he talking about, Marty?
Maybe I won't.
Entrati stifles his response. He looks down, his eyes covered by the brim of his hat to represent dishonesty. He prepares to play the role of the villain once again.
Are you more a child than your mother? Do you think I am not haunted by these choices?
Marty's legit?
Only to be interrupted by the man in the wall, shouting an incantation, truth, chaos, truth. And then they are gone, like they were never there. A frame of reality changed with the principles of eternalism right before our eyes. The Drifter is spirited away with them, abandoning the Hex to deal with the Reactor on their own. Meeting in the back room, the Hex have reviewed Entrati's message to the Drifter.
Nice score you got us here, Arthur. You know what? I've had my fill of the circus. I'm out.
Quincy! Come on, man. Maybe we don't need Marty to stop this. Don't do...
North's your best bet. Mountains might be a chance against the fallout.
Cheers. Look.
Anyone else? No.
We'll still follow you, brave king. But this half-assed plan's gone full guano. Amir's Y2K thing won't even work.
Yeah. I should have said. Controllers... air-gapped. Good policy, actually.
Air-gapped.
Off-net. We'd have to full-on the reactor and patch it direct. Only about 4,000 Scaldra to the 6 of us. Bad odds, we.
5 of us. Arthur. Maybe it is time to bail.
There's an army beneath our feet, you all know it. My loving brother just needs to ask. I know he's itching to.
Eleanor? Arthur? Don't you dare. She's barely hanging on as it is.
You said it yourself, Letty. Bad odds. Eleanor. I'm asking. Please.
Please? Grand New Year's Eve indeed. Okie dokie, Arthur. Who's on point?
Quincy breaks rank, no longer trusting in Arthur's leadership after he chose to trust the Drifter in the first place. To top it all off, the only way to stop the explosion is on site. The only chance they have to get past the Scaldra is to overwhelm them. Let Eleanor take control of the tech rot and lead the frontal assault. Letty thinks this is a bad idea. She's right. No one makes eye contact as Arthur devises the next plan.
Princess Lucina Zoological Gardens. Free admission on New Year's Eve. If you can get past the Scaldra. Scaldra think they've contained the outbreak here, but the tech rot here is different. More patient. Biding their time.
They can do that?
Victor Vodyanoi, now having assumed command of the Scaldra, mocks Arthur for this nonsensical course of action, refusing to believe that the risk of a Y2K error in the software could cause the plant to melt down.
Bad form to arrive early, and without your mystery date. I thought they taught Britannic men better.
Victor, you love this city. Y2K is gonna haywire the plant. Call off your dogs for the night and help us!
Y2K. Ozone. Acid rain. And I took you for a warrior. Air support. You're a go for drop.
Compares it to other known hoaxes, according to him. Those hoaxes being 2 real man-made environmental crises. First, the use of chlorofluorocarbon molecules in industrial aerosol sprays, which depleted the world's ultraviolet ray-absorbing ozone layer by catalyzing the O3 molecules with chlorine to become excess oxygen and chlorine monoxide. Second, acid rain, the dense accumulation of smog over large cities, causing rainwater to absorb the waste products of burning gasoline, putting compounds into cities' drinking water and groundwater used for crop irrigation. It is here we learn that Victor Vodyanoi is a climate change denier. As a Scaldra authority figure who is constantly ordering the spread of pollutants in the air for his warfare strategy, he is unwilling to believe experts in the fields of science that would say air pollution is harmful to the planet as a whole.
Mediocre display, and not worth my time. Enjoy your picnic in the park, children.
When Victor chooses to retreat, we change to Eleanor's perspective.
Wait here. I do this alone.
I'm sorry we put you up to this.
The infestation whispers to her, speaking like an ape.
We've waited. Our severed sister. Queen of these first sister from trees.
And as we find ourselves in the ape enclosure of the Princess Lucina Zoological Gardens, the Technocyte Queen describing itself as the first sister from the tree, I think it is safe to say that the legocytes are the result of infected gorillas.
Sisters, wicked, always tendless to be queen. Mad, sad.
Dealt with. She won't come back from this.
Then none of us will.
Mine! Mine!
We see as Eleanor comes to control the horde of technocytes, her humanity begins to slip away with them.
You, many friends.
Many friends.
Many. This one.
We find ourselves where our particular story began, a child aboard the Zeramin. The Indifference torments us with visions of the future, about how the Hex will turn on themselves and fail to save Holvania.
Are you more a child than your mother? Do you think I am not haunted by these choices?
Entrati! Get me out of here!
She's in the back.
Eleanor is the first to die.
Eleanor!
Black Kuva begins to engulf us. The weight of their deaths weigh heavily on our mind.
Then Letty.
Peekaboo.
See you soon, Mama.
I've seen enough, Albrecht!
Not that old dog. This is me.
Arthur! I can't!
These gifts you have, a piece of me, given freely. But those before you were butchers, flayed flesh for stolen stars.
I was too slow.
the Indifference taunts us for our ingratitude to the being who granted us our powers.
But those before you, they did not ask. They butchered me. My flesh fed their greed.
Hating the Orokin who stole their finger and used them as a tool like they did everyone else. Albrecht is one of those butchers.
Just go.
A vision of Albrecht shown pointing a gun at Arthur and then firing the bullet into us. We shift again, not to any of the heroes of our story, but to the city itself. Even after all that has happened in this year of lockdown, On-lyne still chooses to perform their scheduled New Year's Eve concert.
How are we doing, Holvania? We can't hear you.
Yo, sounds like someone's trying to kick off the party without us.
No way, man! Ain't no party till I show up.
Plus show how it's really done. Holvania! You ever been in love? And who's had their heart broken? We feel you, but trust me, stay strong. Time heals everything. And I know you know it, right? Love is time.
Reminding us that even in the darkest moments, we are worthy of joy, that time will reconnect us with the ones we love. Arthur, Aoi, and Amir tried to survive the Scaldra's defenses.
Arthur, this place is swarming with Scaldra.
Hold that. She'll get it open.
While Letty and Eleanor rush to rendezvous with the team, Eleanor's personality rapidly becoming one with the tech rot.
Eleanor, you still okay?
We are fine.
What's going on down there? 8 Squad? 8 Squad, report! Get a Fervon unit down there now.
Eleanor, hold here. I'll clear the gas. Eleanor!
Shoot us in the back, Letty.
Making sure that you are still you.
Of course we are. You can be too.
Quincy rejoins the team, unwilling to abandon the people he wishes he didn't feel like family, unaware that Letty and Eleanor aren't coming.
No. This is what they want. Hold!
What the hell? Wait. Quincy!
You are proper shit at directions, Arthur. Heads down when I do my job, alright, mate?
Show off. Better make a move, though. They'll get on you.
Ha! I'm seeing this through.
Go!
I got this. See you soon, Mama.
Inside the reactor, Amir begins trying to program the failsafe code.
Don't have time for this.
Tell me you got this.
I can only type so fast.
Is that supposed to happen?
Amir? Aoi, can you do something?
What do you want me to do?
I don't know. Hold them in.
But the cooling rods are disconnected. Her strength insufficient to resist the forces of the machine.
Aoi, stop!
Arthur rushes away to fight off the technocytes, to prevent them from taking the reactor, not seeing that the strain on Aoi's mind is too great.
Arthur! I can't! Arthur!
An artery ruptures, her face and eyes fall slack, and she dies of a stroke. Inside the reactor chamber, not only the tech rot, but the murmur begin leaking in, just as Albrecht had warned. Here, where the stability of the loop is at its weakest, the servants of the man in the wall are crawling from the cracks. For Albert Camus, to choose to live means to affirm the value of the absurd human condition. Once faced with that lucid experience of exile from the norms of society, those abstractions only serve to distance you from feeling what it means to assert the value of human life. Once you fully have encountered the absurd, to conscientiously assert the value of life in a meaningless universe is also to assert the value of life in defiance of the abstract dogmas that try to control which lives matter. Arthur, too, is unable to stand as he begins to experience catastrophic organ failure resulting from radiation exposure. Finally, Amir. In a moment of continuity, Albrecht's bullet was not aimed at us, but at him.
I was too slow.
He's ash in seconds. No need for misery. Come. Now.
50 seconds to midnight, Albrecht continues trying to convince us that letting the reactor go is the right choice.
Murmur expelled. Tau is in sight. They've given their lives for this. Make it count.
Oddly including a first mention of traveling to the Tau system as the next step of the plan. Despite our refusal to accept his plan, Albrecht doesn't discourage us.
No. I can save them.
Not unless you know them.
Merely gives us a piece of advice before putting a bullet in our chest. As we refuse to accept that this is how the loop ends, to assert the value of life is, by itself, a revolt against the uncaring state and the indifferent universe. So let the boulder roll back down the hill. Ready your hands to push against it. Begin again. Once one has fully encountered the absurd and chosen to live, there remains the practical question of how to live. Absurdism makes no room for pre-written rules of ethics nor obedience to legalism or religious faith. Absurdism is so reticent not to dictate moral law that it doesn't even want to assert that killing other people is always immoral. One may be forced into a situation where murder is the only option, but we must be wary of ideologies that try to convince us to kill for them. We have the decision to affirm life and nothing more to guide us. The absurd, however, is not just an experience of exile, but also an experience of community. We are not the only ones who can experience the absurd, because it is the very definition of human life. And through this, we form an intuitive sense of solidarity with all people. It is here that we return to January 1st, 1999. Reunited with the Hex, our task is clear. We need to rebuild this team. It is through developing that love through extraordinary circumstances, growing our heart through others, and yes, a little bit of trauma bonding, that we will learn to be that person for the man in the wall. What he wants is power, control, the only things that were ever modeled for him by the Orokin. What he needs is to be made whole. He needs his fingers, hands to hold each other, a beating heart, and a love that is big enough to fill the vast indifference inside him. Invest the time it takes to really get to know a person. We have 1 year to turn these burnt out and despairing mercenaries not just into a team, but a family. No problem, right? Whereas the Drifter's story in Duviri was about developing emotional intelligence, learning to be both unafraid of even extreme feelings and to forgive ourselves when we aren't willing to live a stoic ideal. Duviri was a story about the Drifter learning to empathize with themselves. 1999 is a story about strengthening our empathy. The Hex is a story about a lack of trust, the lack of a bond that transforms a group of strangers into a family. The Drifter must now learn to empathize with others, to be understanding and forgiving, to be both contrite in their mistakes and resolute in their goals, to create that trust by actually earning it. And what better way to build a bond than with texting? Here we are introduced to one of the wildest choices that Warframe as a game has ever made, the inclusion of a full-scale dating system. Through the Kinematic Instant Messenger app, we can have confidential conversations with each member of the Hex, start to learn about them, their values, the situation in Holvania, and what the Earth was like before the Orokin ruined it. Luckily, it is a very forgiving dating sim. Relationship points can only be earned rather than lost. And who knows, with some correctly timed flirtations, perhaps you will even spark a budding romance. Or, if not romance, maybe a beautiful friendship with Kalimos. Before I got hands-on with the quest, I very much believed I was going to pursue Eleanor. For those of you who watched my video on Jade Shadows, I think it's pretty easy to predict why I ended up with Letitia instead. So, I have a type. Don't thirst shame me. It is also at this moment that this video runs the risk of going completely off the rails. The Instant Messenger is one of the most expansive stories Warframe has ever written. This is not so trite as having a few codex entries scanned and read to you by an NPC. This is a novel. This is literature. All 10 characters of the Hex not only have multiple routes, but are written beautifully. Their composition styles each reflecting a different way people approached text conversations in the early days of communication technology. Quincy's patois combined with aggressive text and number abbreviations, Amir's clearly distinct leet speak and mile-a-minute typing speed, Aoi's emojis called cow emojis in lore, referencing the Japanese word for face, Letty organizing each response into efficient stanzas, Eleanor's flowering prose from her love of writing as an art form, juxtapose against Arthur's extremely short and boring texts. Cause he hates this annoying texting shit. He'd rather just get a drink with you at the bar and talk with words. We are going to do a separate video exploring the topics discussed and the development of these characters. Everything from square spaghetti cubes to how rock music ended up at the Night of Naga Trumps. That is for the future. Right now, I do want to highlight some key discoveries about the lore that come from these conversations. With the Drifter speaking in first person about the events of the game and the facts of the setting, lorehounds were able to better affirm different theories of the story that had settled between different interpretations. The first that I want to highlight is the explicit revelation that the Operator and Drifter grew up with a sibling, which lends some credence to my personal pet theory that Dominus Thrax is the Void reincarnation of our Drifter's sibling. My fan theory isn't explicitly confirmed, but it becomes apparent in conversations about Thrax that the Drifter cares about Thrax and feels responsible for them. We don't get any more details about the sibling though. No gendered pronouns and no conversation about what happened to them during the Zerman 10-0 incident, not knowing if they were older or younger. But I for one think that our sibling is out there somewhere, whether that's Dominus Thrax or another Tenno. Though I guess we might learn more during the upcoming Isleweaver quest. Second is that we learn significantly more about the nature of the Technocyte infestation. Technocytes have always been talking to us, through the infested faction bosses in particular. Hearing the Technocytes talk about their infection as a kind of love, a kind of family, is nothing new. Precisely because of that, it makes us feel that this talk is a kind of rhetoric that cannot be trusted. Talking to Lizzie feels the same, and if you are too resistant to Lizzie's advances, she'll threaten you, even send you a screamer through the messenger, a kind of early internet pop-up prank to express her anger at us. Beyond this, we learn that the Technosite isn't merely a hive mind, operating as a colony intelligence like an ant farm or a swarm of bees. Their consciousness exists across time. It is able to see past, present, and future of any of its host bodies, and yet it goes even further than that. From a conversation with Eleanor, it appears that the infestation is able to experience other possible realities, allowing Eleanor to see a different version of herself by moving her consciousness into the void and projecting how she lived if her past were changed. The infestation is able to interact with the void, yet it chooses to do so differently than we do. Perhaps because it doesn't have an individual's perspective, its void manifestations by way of conceptual embodiment are unique. Either way, Lizzie informs us that the Indifference is, per its namesake, quite uninterested in the Technosites. It has mimicked the faces of humans, even the vessels in the Sanctum Anatomica, but as we learned from the Cavia, it is largely uninterested in other animals, which is an important detail when we consider why the Murmur came to fight Arthur while he was trying to defend the nuclear reactor. And third, we learn more about the developments of religion in this universe. From speaking to Letty about her culture's traditional gods, like Xipe Totek, the Flayed One, to Eleanor's personal spirituality. My apologies if that was a poor pronunciation. I have only ever seen that god's name through text, so I'm not sure how to pronounce it. In 1999, there was a plurality of religions which continued to influence culture, even as dualism seems to have become a globally dominant faith around the world. Dualism is also revealed to be a bit more complex than merely worshipping two gods, the sun and the moon respectively, but a broader star-worshipping religion. Other deities are believed to have different realms of influence, such as Venus being seen as a god of love. Thus it seems to be that dualism now has even more inspirations in the Roman pantheon of gods, and not just the Taoist symbolism of yin and yang, alongside philosophical influence from Cartesian dualism. The Orcan would eventually abandon dualism for the Vain Faith, which placed themselves as the only living gods in the universe, and then even somewhat abandoning religious pursuits of the Vain Faith in favor of functional godhood through the science of eternalism, ultimately leading to the encounter with a real god in the void, who set the wheels in motion for the Orcan's destruction by creating the Tenno in the first place. I find this religious aspect of the lore, which has never really been made the focus of any story, quite compelling. So much has been added that it may be worthwhile to do a standalone video about the trajectory of religion through the Origin System's timeline. That said, I hope you can forgive that not everything can fit into this one video. For now, I want to bring special attention to the living, changing story that we all experienced last December. 1999 is a story told in seasons. To reflect this, Holvania is Warframe's first seasonal tile set. Each week in-game represents 3 months of the year, and the story that can be found as each mission develops over the course of that in-game year, setting up a free urgent care clinic, earning the trust of the Holvanians, and deprogramming Scaldra's propaganda machine.
Arthur, field strip done. Heading out in a bit to clear my head. Oi, listen. Me and a few suppliers in the neighborhood got a side hustle going. Ink, threads, weapons, whatever. But this stays between you and me, right? Soldier Boy hears about it, he goes chapter and verse, and nobody gets nothing.
Owie, I can guarantee that On-lyne remains safe and well, despite appearances. It seems Holvania's midnight garden has taken a liking to me, and its fruits are death. This is my harvest, and just quietly they're trilling with happiness. I think they know you and they will be fast friends.
Smoosh. Need new music? I'm your gal. Got the latest and greatest. Oldies and goldies. And some other stuff too.
Eleanor. You always give great advice. Games, salvage tech, a whole pile of guns. Top score on any of the cabinets could score you something pretty sweet. Yeah, definitely the coolest place in this whole mall. You know, if nothing here's working for you, you could always try Eleanor's stuff. Remember, it's only a nameless horror until you name it.
How's it looking out there? Yep. Fine, waste my time. Te lo juro por mi madre. Be safe.
Letty, thanks for the help. Appreciate it. What occurred in that reactor, or what's going to occur, is beyond me. But it looks like we have another chance. And with you steering that ship, we might even make it. If anyone can pull this team together, it's you. And if there's anything I can do, you know where I am.
Our first mission in Holvania: exterminate the Scaldra. Either Quincy or Aoi will take command here. Aoi in particular informs us that we aren't simply attacking Scaldra as they are passing through. These Scaldra have been ordered to kidnap and kill entire neighborhoods. While the Scaldra justifies the actions by calling the people tech rot, we realize that calling them a virus is merely a convenient excuse to dehumanize the people who are speaking out against the violence of the Scaldra.
Civi's ringing the alarm all over the Kim network. Scaldra started a neighborhood purge and the locals got nowhere to run. What do you think? Time for a purge of our own? Scaldra Purge Squad just moved into the area. They're putting down anything that moves, infested and civilians alike. How's about we return the favor? I'm talking total wipeout. Scaldra systematically pumping a furbomb through this neighborhood. Not good for anything with a pulse, including civvies. Only way to stop them is to put them down first. Techrot's just the excuse. Scaldra's using these purges as cover to kill anyone who won't follow their orders. I say we send them a message and wipe out this entire purge squad. Ugh. There's a furbomb in the air. So damn Scaldra knows civvies are trapped here and they're still starting a purge. We gotta stop them. Dead. Every last one. There's barely any tech rot in the area. This is purely a civilian purge. Clearing out locals so the Scaldra loyal can move in? I hate Scaldra. How dare they blame us? We will not be their scapegoats. Locals can breathe easy tonight, thanks to you. Head on back to the mall. I'll break out the cherry puffs.
Quincy's missions, however, are a bit more on the industrious side. He's looking to scavenge and sell goods to the locals, fashion and entertainment items mostly, the sort of thing that can keep morale high.
Owie! Before I forget, contact of mine as a lead on a clothing palette he swears is legit shibikaji. If Eleanor's in range when I eyeball him, I'll get her to pipe you a look. Get you sorted with threads, bling, ink. You feel me? Look, don't try to speech me. Just tell me what you want, and I tell you what I'm asking.
But if you're not buying that morale excuse, Quincy isn't just playing around. He's using these connections to secure medical supplies for Letty, and also weaponry for the citizens to resist the Scaldra themselves.
Yo, Letty, let me know what we're short on. Fold it into the scav order for the outer sectors. I'm heading out in a bit. See what I can find. Nice enough shooter, but I reckon we can bling it, yeah? Eleanor, it don't help me having your toys eyeball my shooters like they want to make friends. It's giving me the heebie-jeebies. Big up yourself. Dress for the hitter you want to be.
As part of Aoi's investigations into the Scaldra, she grows increasingly concerned about the whereabouts of On-lyne, the popular boy band who are scheduled to perform a New Year's concert in December. She has Amir hack into the email accounts of On-lyne's record label, Hitmaker Music.
Amir, thank you for helping me with this. Your hacking skills are going to help On-lyne so much. You don't have to be a fan of their music to admit they deserve better, right? Poor guys. If we get a paper trail of the shady backroom deals between Hitmaker and the Holvanian government, we can give it to On-lyne. That way, they'll have everything they need to break their contract and get away from these users as soon as we get them home. I hear their manager is old school. He's just now figuring out email because he has to for business. Bet a tech wizard like you can hack his stuff, no problem.
What we discover is something far more disturbing than boy band fandom.
February 1998. Good evening, Director. I'm happy to hear the boys' samples arrived safely. Hairbrushes from pop star dressing rooms leading to major technological advancement. It's amazing when you think about it. I hope you get what you want out of them. What was it again? DNA? You've made incredible progress on the TechnoSite Coda project in just a few short months. Nothing like loose regulations to encourage innovation, I suppose. Your broken eggs make the most delicious omelettes. We love that about Hulvania. Not sure how much sense I'll be able to make out of it, but please fax me the results. Here's to a bright future, Gregory V.
In February 1998, Gregory V., On-lyne's manager, sent DNA samples to the Hulvanian government. Completely aware that this kind of exchange violates the laws of Libertatia, he jokes about how great it is for corporations to not be held accountable for these obvious ethical violations. They are, as we will soon see, looking to clone On-lyne and create infested capable of reproducing the band's speech and music.
August 1998. Good afternoon, Director. Or is it morning in Hulvania? Time zones always mix me up. I've been thinking a lot lately about some of the words I saw in your TechnoSite Coda debrief. Predictable, standardized, and controlled. Music to my eyes right now. The only thing predictable about pop stars these days is their whining and complaining. Fame really goes to their perfectly coiffed heads. How are things going with the TechnoSite Coda? I can't wait to meet these new and improved stars. Hoping for good news, Gregory V.
In August 1998, the project appears complete. The Hulvanian government is confident that their clones are completely under their control, and they are poised to begin mass-producing On-lyne's music. In December 1998, Gregory V completes a series of non-disclosure agreements with an official from the Hulvanian government. My suspicion is, of course, that this is a covert military contract with the Scaldra, but as the director demands anonymity, we can't be certain.
December 1998. Good morning, Director. It's my pleasure to inform you that Hitmaker Music accepts your offer. There's a smoking young secretary faxing you our signed NDAs as I type this. Everyone here looks forward to hearing more about the TechnoSite Coda project. As they say, nothing beats Hulvania innovation. This promises to be a fine partnership. Keep up the good work, Gregory V.
A year later, in December 1999, it becomes clear that something quite sinister has happened to the members of On-lyne. Not just the cloning, but to the original's freedom and autonomy. They are becoming combative with their director and having outbursts, but I'm dubious that this is meant to be the typical diva behavior of famous musicians. That's just how it was presented in August of the previous year.
December 1999. Good afternoon, Director. Given the boys' recent outbursts, I appreciate your concern that their presence won't soothe your citizens as intended. I think it's an inspired idea to have the prototype TechnoSite Coda replace the boys for spoken interviews. We'll use the scripts you provided, and I'll make sure there are no cameras present. The boys will remain in standby for in-person appearances only. Here's to hoping the TechnoSite Coders will soon be able to replicate the boys' physical appearance too. Apologies for the hassle. Gregory V.
Remembering that the Hulvanian lockdown began in late 1998, according to the arrival time of Minerva and Velimir into the city from their Paige dialogue, perhaps the band began speaking out against the Scaldra's martial law and the apparent eradication of its own citizens. The Scaldra had apparently envisioned a concert by On-lyne to be a kind of appeasement strategy, entertain and distract the citizens so that they would face less resistance on the streets during a purge. Rather than change course, it seems that the band is being held captive. I'm uncertain how else they could be kept on standby for in-person appearances only, while also ensuring that they don't speak out against the Scaldra. The final line about replicating the band's appearance is particularly interesting, because it leads us to believe that the On-lyne we know, who performed the 1999 New Year's Eve concert, were likely already a replacement by the TechnoSite Coda. We know the band by their fully infested forms, but given that both the songs Party of Your Lifetime and The Great Despair are subliminally coded to spread the infestation and speak in the same manner as other infested NPCs, I think it's possible. Unfortunately, if I'm right about this, I feel there is also very little that could be accomplished by sharing this information directly to the band. They may have needed more protection, then simply breaking their contract with the record label. Viktor Vodyanoi is named after a Slavic folk creature. The Vodyanoi is an often malicious water spirit, taking on the appearance of a misshapen old man with green kelp-like hair and beard. Often covered in slime and mud, and known to steal unhappy daughters from their families, drown them, and transform them into another creature of Slavic folklore, water nymphs called Rousulka. Though in some regions the Vodnik is a more neutral, peaceful creature, the Vodyanoi is a swamp creature who demands sacrifice, offers boons to those who serve him, and punishes all others by destroying their watermills and bridges. A creature that brings destruction to a town's infrastructure and stability. At the end of the extermination missions, just before extraction, there's a small field office used to broadcast Victor's pre-recorded tapes by megaphone. From here, one can listen to the propaganda that the Scaldra are projecting over the streets of Holvania. As the seasons progress, we hear a confident and extremely superstitious Viktor Vodyanoi first assert control over the city and slowly break down as the facade of his authority is dismantled. Winter is where Victor is his most calm and authoritative.
A message from Scaldra HR. Due to circumstances outside our control, most likely witchcraft, I, Viktor Vodyanoi, have taken command of Scaldra from Major Rousulka. I vow to continue her work, protecting the order and sanctity of this sacred city. And, like all of you, I pray she reappears safe and sound. Citizens, I am afraid I must inform you of a strict curfew is now in effect. So willing, I do believe that with diligence, this tech-rot inconvenience will be gone in only a matter of weeks. Due to tech-rot problem and for your protection, I remind you that all forms of electronic communication are now forbidden. I urge you to use this opportunity to return to the old ways, as Sol and Lua intended, out of an abundance of caution. You, good citizens of Holvania, are instructed to immediately smash and burn any of the following: computers, fax machines, photocopiers, cellular phones, pages, modems, printers, mimeographs, televisions, video players, portable cassette decks, and boomboxes. If you are unable to destroy these vulnerabilities, please contact the nearest Scaldra officer for assistance. Failure to comply is an act of willful endangerment of your fellow citizens, and will be punished as such. My fellow citizens, I know you must be scared, even as we prepare for the potential impact of Y2K. Another digital curse plagues our fair city. Tech rot. A virus both biological and electronic. A blight we do not fully understand, but with which you must fully commit to fighting. You must destroy your electronics. You will never be safe as long as devices remain in your homes. Have faith, and all will be well. My fellow citizens, we live in confusing times. Please pay no attention to the modern folk myths of the vigilante group called the Hex. No such individuals exist. Scaldra alone fights Tech-rot. Scaldra alone protects Holvania. Thank you for your ongoing cooperation.
There are a few things to take note of here that help to elucidate the metaphors we are working with in this story. First, that the tech-rot is a problem created by the Scaldra in the first place, designed to replace and control the media. Second, that all the technologies Victor is ordering to be destroyed are communications technology and mediums for sharing music. Third is that they have instigated a curfew rather than a self-quarantine. This measure makes it clear that the order is not about preventing the spread of disease, but about identifying who are complying with the government orders and who are attempting to coordinate resistance. Finally, that this oppression of the citizenry is being justified with appeals to religion, blaming witchcraft for the disappearance of Major Rousulka, calling the Tekrot a curse, disparaging discussion of the Hex by calling it a modern folk myth, treating all communication technology as counter to their religion of dualism, worshipping the gods Sol and Lua, which we know is not the standard belief of the religion, as most of the Hex and Holvania's citizenry use communication technology and are dualist faithful. Dualism is so commonplace in Holvania that they even gender their bathrooms based on Sol and Lua. Come spring, Victor is finally willing to admit that the Hex exist, but the tone of the broadcasts are largely unchanged.
My fellow citizens, I require your assistance in an important matter. We seek an individual. He goes by Dr. Friday. If you can hear me, Doc, we just want to protect you. Everything will be fine. It has come to my attention that some of you have not purged your homes of electronic vulnerabilities. Repent in the name of Sol. Then, for your own safety and that of your own family, please get rid of those devices. The fervent gas is highly toxic. Should you encounter a plume, avoid breathing. A gentle reminder that the curfews are for your protection. To be a scofflaw is to, well, threaten the wrath of the gods, who will surely answer with hellfire. Dear citizens, news of a criminal gang of heathens operating openly within this city may be upsetting for you, especially at this time. Please know that Scaldra spares no effort to bring these Hex thugs to justice. Remember, it is up to you to report suspicious activity. It has been brought to my attention that some of you are concerned the popular musicians On-lyne may be unable to perform a concert scheduled for New Year's Eve. I have faith that with your continued support and cooperation, our situation will be much improved by then.
Not only are they becoming more desperate to find Entrati, but they are being much more pointed about their religious political rhetoric, telling the citizens to repent, taking a very legalist stance for stating that people who break their law will threaten the wrath of the gods. The threat of hellfire is, of course, not actually an act of the gods, but a veiled threat of further military violence. Victor believes himself ordained by the gods due to his position of authority within the Scaldra, and thereby any action he takes represents the gods. It's only one step shy of the Orkin, who are happy to call themselves gods and act accordingly.
Any citizens with information regarding the whereabouts of the fugitive Dr. Albrecht Entrati, aka Dr. Friday, are required to present that information to the nearest Scaldra officer. Individuals found to be harboring or otherwise aiding this fugitive will face military tribunal and stand before the wrath of Sol. Holvania, my Holvania, you are a city that has survived the Radiant Khan and her steppe hordes, the Black Plague, great wars, and worse famines. You can survive the Tekrot too. If and only if you do exactly as you are told. Survival is a choice. Choose wisely. Why is it so hard to stay home during curfew? Scaldra cannot protect you if you insist on being in the line of fire. Do you understand? This is for your protection. Citizens, the pack of infested heathens known as the Hex are not your friends. They are not your neighbors. They are slugs. Do not be fooled by their human visage. They are violent and contagious. Do not talk to them. Do not accept their assistance. Do not eat the food they distribute. Report all sightings immediately. Why do I have to say this out loud? Why do I have to struggle to help you protect yourselves? Again And again, and again we go through this. People of Hulvania, you are beginning to make me think you do not hold the faith. Destroy these false idols you clutch, these electronics. They are destroying you. Lua will weep tears of silver for all those who fall in cleanliness, honor, and dignity. Hell waits for all others. Which will you choose? Hulvania.
Desperation enters Victor's speech once we reach the summer, now directly insulting the Hulvanian people, distancing himself from his own choice to be executing citizens that don't obey the curfew with more religious rhetoric, now fully believing the rhetoric and putting the blame for the murders committed by the Scaldra onto the people they kill. Victor is a man obsessed with a mythologized history of the city, speaking of previous plagues and wars, and the stories of how the city as a whole united under a single ideal, but the reality of a culture could never be that simple. Victor doesn't think that becoming more draconian will create more compliance. He is desperate because he cannot think of any other course of action. He hopes to gain information on Albrecht's whereabouts through threats. He hopes to stop people from accepting food and other rations from the Hex through violence. The Hex are in a battle of rhetoric, constant dehumanization by the Scaldra, resisted primarily through charity, protection, and direct dialogue with the Hulvanians. The Hex are trying to kill them with kindness, while the Scaldra are just killing them. As fall arrives, it becomes clear that everyone is desperate now. Food and supplies are low, and the city is on a razor's edge.
Anyone stealing food or medical supplies from Scaldra units will be shot on sight. Tell me, can I make myself any more clear? Dear citizens, Scaldra units have been notified that travel after curfew is a capital offense. Please, adjust accordingly. Hulvania, I am so disappointed. After all I have done, after all my sacrifices, you insist on prolonging your suffering by helping these slugs, the Hex. What did I do to deserve this disloyalty? Why must you spit in the face of Sol? Of Lua? Hex, I wish I could say that I tried my hardest to find a middle ground, a way to work together, an acknowledgement of our common enemy. But, to be quite honest, I didn't even try. Because you are scum, and you need to be put down. All there is to it. Hex, I simply cannot wrap my head around what you think your endgame is. I have an army with Sol and Lua on my side. You are heathens, doomed to rot in hell. What do you hope to possibly achieve? Hulvania, you'll get all you deserve in the end. Repent. I beg of you. Turn away from technology. Turn away from sin. Kneel before the faith. Accept the cleaning fires, and your soul shall be saved. Entrati, I know you can hear this. I will find you. When I do, it will not be pleasant. It will not be with grace. It will not be with kindness. This is a promise. Exciting news for all of you citizens. Despite all that has happened in this city, I have agreed to let On-lyne play their much-anticipated New Year's Eve concert. That's right. Bop your cares away to the modern sounds of... Must I read this? Very well. Zeke, Packet, Drillbit, DJ Rom... Wait, that's his name? Really? And Really? And Hard Drive. For one night only, the curfew is lifted. Please enjoy it as if it were the party of your lifetime.
Fall's broadcasts do not even attempt to maintain the appearance of propriety. He is honest about his hate, he is numb to killing his fellow citizens, he is eager to express his desire to kill the Hex. He is certain that he is a messiah for the faith of dualism, and even as his fatigue reveals the true depths of his depraved convictions, the final broadcast reveals that he is still just a field lieutenant, a low-ranking official who hasn't been relieved of command for an entire year, due to the incompetency and detachment of the Holvanian governing class. They are more concerned that Victor promotes the concert of the online technosite coda than with his attempts to portray strength. At the end of the day, the corporate interest of the state is in complete control of the military. His position as a military authority, his conviction as a religious leader, everything he thinks of himself is merely an abstraction that has not helped him once. Victor is tired. Victor is encountering the absurd.
Hex, I keep kicking you over and over again like a big, dumb, dead horse, and you don't learn, and I'm tired! I'm so tired! Stormfall! Please! Save me the bother!
As we resist the Scaldra, the fated confrontation with the HO9 tank is also bound to repeat itself, and in this mission we see that the metaphors guiding Scaldra's corruption are solidified. Even in the opening lines from Victor, we can see in some parts of the year, Victor is maintaining conviction, while in others he treats even his own religious speech as an inconvenience standing in the way of killing his enemies. He is a religious zealot, and a true believer at that, but his religion is disposable when weighed against his true values: dominance, control, and power.
Good morning, Holvania. How are all we today? Good? Excellent. To the point. You have become weak, and you crave what only I can supply: discipline. The HO9, they are by contrast strong. They are fierce. And they are unyielding, true soldiers. Now, we begin the first step in returning the city to the strength and glory she once knew, under my watchful gaze. HO9 tanks, by the glory of Lua, etc., cleanse this city. Citizens, an object lesson in extremist self-delusion. The, Hex, is it? High on their own supply, they mean to murder the Scaldra commander, devoted to keeping the infestation from your beds. But fear not. They march themselves towards purification only. Cameras rolling? Excellent. Watch and learn. Arthur Nightingale. If it weren't for the disease that disfigures your body and soul, you'd be just one more dead idealist in a pile of dead idealists, whilst I am Holvania's very raison d'être. Scaldra looks to me, not just for leadership, but inspiration. While you're a few slender chromosomes away from corpsehood. We built a machine worthy of the tanks of my father's wars. And invulnerable to tech rot.
From these lines, we are starting to see the hypocrisy inside each of Victor's ideals. Each one of his accusations is a more apt description of himself and the Scaldra than the Hex. He refers to the Hex as engaging in extremist self-delusion, representing a doomed ideology. yet at the same time he refers to himself as the city's raison d'etre, its reason to exist. He refers to himself in the third person by saying, "They mean to murder the Scaldra commander," the way, say, the President of the United States might say, "Don't ever speak to the President that way." He needs to present himself this way in order to protect his ego. The purpose of his life is his own fame and self-aggrandizement, and it is why, even mid-speech, he is overly concerned with the optics and production value of his presentation, and obsessive over his public ratings. Even using the phrasing, "high on their own supply," is a point of irony, given their gaseous weaponry. But his obsession with the past, with placing himself in the caricature of one of the great men of history, is about to come crumbling down. As he plays his most powerful card, Victor feels emboldened to finally say the quiet part out loud. He admits to us and to the city that his goal is to purge the citizens of the city for having the wrong faith, for being the wrong demographic, for not conforming to his narrow ideal whilst obeying his violent authority.
Some see the tech rot as a disaster. I see the opportunity to remake this city. My city. No more of the laziness, the blasphemy, the mental rot. This is my chance to cleanse, to purge, to make this city powerful once again. I am not fooled, Hex. You and the tech rot are one and the same. You are freaks. Terminally so. Your death will be a mercy. It will be an absolution.
Then, as we destroy the HO9, it swiftly awakens as a tech rot to protect itself. The tank didn't become infected at that moment and then transform. The rot was already there, a latent infection sitting dormant among the Scaldra. We know from the hacked emails on On-lyne's record label that the Holvanian government is the source of the tech rot. For all of Victor's ideals of purity and protection, the rot was coming from the Scaldra from the very beginning. Their most powerful weapon, the symbol of their strength, now also the most powerful symbol of their corruption. And what happens when Victor's faith is challenged by this realization? Does he see the error of his ways? Does he repent and ask forgiveness from Sol and Lua? Does he reconsider that power and force may not be the proper way to treat people? No. Listen to his tone of voice and how he is about to react. He is not disgusted or enraged. He is first sad and lost, and then admiration. He is in awe. He is devoted to his values of dominance, control, and power. We hear him conform his faith to the corruption.
What have you, filthy, wretched, diseased creatures done to my beautiful tank? It's hideous and so strong.
Some of the West Sector civvies want to throw us a parade, and I can't seem to convince them that kind of attention is a bad idea. How can I help?
While Victor is busy waging war, the Hex are busy trying to win the hearts and minds of the citizens. Their effectiveness at community outreach directly paralleling their growth as a team and as a family. With each level of the Hex Syndicate standing, we watch this family come to love one another, and then extend that love to their Holvanian neighbors.
Hop on text for a second.
The team is barely starting to settle in. Things are dirty and uncomfortable, and Arthur instructs everyone to start cleaning the place up. We bring along a domestic drone from the future, and it makes things a bit easier on everyone. Still, everyone is clearly thinking about worst-case scenarios. The impulse to keep a clean home, to invest your time into a space, is low when you feel like you'll be shipped off at any moment. We are thoroughly in the basement of Maslow's hierarchy of needs. We have food, water, shelter, but not necessarily any safety.
Great work on the threat assessment, Howie. Let's have you run the others through it at the briefing. Well done, and well earned. This is for you. Hop on text for a second. The team got you something.
In the second group chat, an innocent question about the mysterious Roomba leads to an accidental slip that food supplies are not actually in short supply. But more concerning is that everyone, literally everyone on the team, eats by themselves at the same time every day. That's not just a bad habit, that's a choice. They are purposefully avoiding each other. So the Drifter tries to give them a little kick in the pants, up to the social tier of Maslow's pyramid. They ask for a team lunch with everyone present. Of course, Amir and Aoi say yes, even Eleanor, surprisingly. But our loners, Quincy, Letty, and Arthur, decide to sit it out. 50% ain't bad, but we'll need to do better.
Letty, thanks for the help. Appreciate it. At your service. With your help, we're turning things around. This is for you. Hop on text for a second.
Quincy is on board, but he can't stand listening to the generic mall music in the food court. Aoi offers to start breaking shit, and that's when Letty reminds everyone about that whole cleanliness conversation a while back. It's the only space they have that can be converted into a mass medical triage center, and speaking of sewing up civilians, Eleanor mentions how Holvanians have been gathering near and around the mall for the past few days. Perhaps they have noticed how the Scaldra seem to avoid this part of the city. Perhaps there are rumors that this is the Hex's home base, and they are seeking sanctuary. Either way, the civvies are looking for a place where they can find shelter and safety. More and more, they're choosing the Hex over the Scaldra. But is it better to send them away for their own good? This convo is getting too important for texting. Everyone's hungry and on their way to the food court. Team lunch achieved. They want to spend time together and listen to each other's opinions. We've helped them become a community. However, the clock is ticking. The seasons are changing. We'll be back on New Year's Eve before you know it. It is at this point in the standing progression that the player is presented a wall. The team has started coming together, but you also need to have been working on your individual relationships with each member of the Hex to move forward. Whether that be running with them on their missions or playing the Hex dating sim, you need to help them repair their self-esteem and learn to trust one another implicitly to overcome. You need to become friends. As you do, a short cutscene will play, showing the Drifter standing in the Zeramin, surrounded by the images of each of the Hex dying at the end of the year. Once you have established that bond, a manifestation of a strand of Craw, a tether of void energy, connects you. Once you have bonded with each of them, you are ready to take a second shot at New Year's Eve. I have to emphasize here how it felt to be playing 1999 on release. December of 2024, even if I logically understood I could play at my own pace, it honestly felt as though there was a deadline looming over me. I logged in every day to chat with each of the Hex, watching each week that ticked by mark the passage of 3 months in-game. Even as I was fascinated by the details of the storytelling, I was simultaneously afraid of what might happen if I couldn't connect with everyone before New Year's Eve. When the final season arrived, and the last connection made, I was eager to see this quest to its end.
We're not gonna make it, man!
I don't have time. Maybe we cut our losses like we should have done weeks ago!
What's he talking about, Marty?
I told you this was a setup!
I can't!
We pick back up on the Zeramin when the man in the wall isolated us from our newfound family.
Eleanor is the first to die.
Shoot us in the back.
First reaching out to Letty, escorting Eleanor to the rendezvous point, reminding Eleanor of her individuality at the moment she's about to lose herself to the sacred beast.
Eleanor, you still okay?
We are fine.
What's going on down there? 8 Squad? 8 Squad, report! Get a Fervon units down there, now.
Eleanor, hold here. I'll clear the gas. Eleanor!
Shoot us in the back, Letty.
Making sure that you are still you.
Of course we are. And you can be too.
Eleanor, only here to help. It's up to you.
Eleanor rips out her tongue, the manifestation of her infection, and Letty moves to support her.
Eleanor! Eleanor!
For the first time in a year, Eleanor speaks with her own voice.
I'm here.
As they realize their plan is failing, the Indifference sends the Murmur to stop us from reaching the Hex.
And I thought we were becoming friends.
But the Drifter still knows how to fight solo. Next we find Quincy and throw him a lifeline.
No. This is what they want. Hold!
What the hell? Wait. Quincy!
You are proper shit at directions, Arthur. Heads down while I do my job, right, mate?
Show off. Better make a move, though. They'll get on you.
Ha! I'm seeing this through. Peekaboo.
Go!
I got this.
Enhancing his ability to see and target enemy weak points as a full-fledged Warframe ability.
See?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Clean kill.
Once the person Quincy clashed with the most, he now calls out to Amir to reassure him, as we move on to the next phase of the mission.
Not today, Mama.
Area secure. Godspeed, Amir.
Did you forget? Albrecht's going to burn them all anyway.
Back in the reactor, we now connect to Aoi, taking some of the strain off her mind, helping her calm down and use the full extent of her power.
Tell me you got this.
I can only type so fast.
Is that supposed to happen?
Amir? Aoi, can you do something?
What do you want me to do?
I don't know. Hold them in. Aoi, stop!
Arthur! I can't! Arthur!
You can. You're strong enough.
Oh!
None of this matters.
Then why are you trying so hard to stop them?
With Amir, we help him to pull back from a panic attack, take the space he needs, not to make him go faster, but to help him realize what he is already capable of.
We're not gonna make it, man! I can't even compile in time.
Then we go down swimming.
Not now. Not now.
Amir, slow it down.
I don't have time.
Hold out your hand.
Yeah!
And lastly, the leader of the team, Hero Boy, the one who resisted us the most, whose trust we violated when we first transferred into him upon arriving in 1999, who has been preparing to die a martyr his whole life.
Just go. Done. Entrati.
Bailed.
Sorry about your hand. What are you? Wait. No.
Hey, let's get out of here, Arthur. Both of us. Okay?
Okay.
He tells us to leave him behind, but finally, he lets us in. Not by force of will, nor void devilry, nor alien darkness, but with love. The Drifter, like the Tenno before them, looked into this distant, broken family and shared the burden of their pain. As we walk him back, we hear a message from the Void, from Entrati himself, that this too was all a part of his plan, to grow our heart and unlock the power to use transference with another whole and conscious mind.
Your heart would struggle to move them. It had to grow. The only way it ever does. With others. Carry this power with mercy, Tenno.
Upon returning to the back room in 1999, we hear our new family gathered in the living room, waiting for us.
What a day.
Well, that burned a few calories.
Man ain't nothing without his mates. Respect.
Right here by your side. Now and always.
I'm not afraid to die, but I'm glad I didn't.
Hey, after this, we go for dinner.
And on our computer, a final notification from Entrati. The Kalimo sequence is complete. We end the 1999 quest with the most 90s summer movie trope imaginable, a freeze frame on the whole family, happy and excited to share 3 extra-large Big Bites pizzas. History is ready to progress forward, though the loop is still intact, in case the Indifference tries to undo what we've done here.
Hello. Congratulations, friend. This is for you. Hop on text for a second.
In Holvania, the team talks excitedly about what it was like to experience transference. But before that, the scene changes back to the future. Lloyd is taking inventory in the Sanctum Anatomica. Seeing the vessel begin to move, and then making an overly familiar gesture. I'm pretty sure this is a teaser for a future quest.
So, anything to report? Right. I admit, when you first came to us, I had, reservations.
In hindsight, that was folly. Here. This is for you. Hop on text for a second. The team got you something.
As we bring the Hex to rank 5, we see that the family has finally come together, and though it has been a long and frightening year, their efforts to extend that sense of peace and security has finally reached the people of Holvania. Rather than turn them away, the Hex decide to open the mall to the public, to be a sanctuary against the Scaldra. Amid baking pizzas and choosing what music to play in the mall commons, we can now see Holvanians making a home out of the mall, just like we did, lounging in the food court, playing arcade games, surfing the internet, achieving a small sense of stability and normalcy within the chaos. Despite all of the Scaldra's rhetoric, propagandizing, and attempts to control the culture of Holvania, the people of this city have come to find their reason to live among their own community, just in time to see the dawning of the new millennia, and ready to do it all over again as many times as it takes. Whether the people around us have experienced the absurd themselves or not, we are all meaning-making things living in a meaningless universe. Affirming life, the decision to live, is not just a decision we make for ourselves. To find authentic community with others means to find others who have experienced exile and affirm life together. Solidarity, to affirm the value of humanity as a whole, to live in and love the absurd creatures that we are.
Here's to us, my heart.
And through that love, no matter how many cycles of labor, struggle, hardship, or trial we must repeat, one must imagine Sisyphus happy.
Unconventionally beautiful though you may be, instrument of death, how joyful must be your singularity of purpose.
With a section title like that, I'm certain I've scared away a number of you. With 1999, Warframe's story is also engaging in some very pointed political parody. I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I highlighted a few times where the story directly references our contemporary politics in the United States. Rousulka and Victor saying the catchphrase, "Make Holvania Great Again," is quite obviously a reference to President Trump's campaign slogan, which, while it has been used before, is only a part of the modern discourse because of the Trump presidential campaign. Man-made climate change denial has been a platform of the Republican Party ever since Al Gore made climate change a central issue of the Bush v. Gore presidential election. Victor Vodinoy's broadcasts begin the year by claiming that the tech rot would be resolved in a few weeks, by outright denying the existence of the Hex despite knowing of its existence. Both directly parallel Donald Trump in his first term when he referred to the coronavirus as a Democrat hoax, making it a point of political rhetoric back before anyone, including national health agencies, thought the epidemic would grow into a global pandemic, politicizing the government's own Center for Disease Control and National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, for not campaigning for the party line with its public health messaging. In the years following, Republican political rhetoric around the pandemic would claim that the party handled it quite well, as if we can't remember that we saw the rise among conservatives of anti-masking movements, anti-vaccine movements, and widespread politicization of Dr. Anthony Fauci, who was hired by each presidential administration, including Trump, to be the chief medical advisor to the president for 38 years. Constantly promoting that only conservatives with podcasts, Fox News, and the Republican Party should be consulted on matters of health and safety. To some degree, the Scaldra are obviously a political satire of the United States Republican Party. But I want to ask a more interesting question of the setting. Are the Scaldra also a portrayal of fascism? I'm not bullish enough to assume that my audience here, who have largely come together out of a shared love for Warframe's story, is made up of exclusively liberals or leftists like myself. I'm not seeking to alienate my conservative audience for now. I'm sure I'll find a way to get to that in the next section. Nor am I trying to be covert about my beliefs. I know my audience can smell that sort of BS from a mile away. So let me be plain about reading Warframe's story from a historical lens. Digital Extreme's previous game, Dark Sector, was set across the years of 1987 to 2007. Dealing in the themes of the late cooling period of the Cold War. Warframe 1999 is, in the eyes of history, modern contemporary. The political themes of our time, more so than before, are directly informing the presentation of Warframe's story, its characters, what they say, and how they view the world. If you are looking for an escapist fantasy from your Warframe lore videos, this section is not going to suit your tastes. I hope that you will give this part of the video a chance, and maybe even feel where I am coming from when I show my receipts. To me, it is clear that the Scaldra are a nationalist, isolationist, and fascist political regime. In these politically chaotic times, however, I understand that ears tend to close when we use descriptive terms that people are accustomed to hearing as insults. To start this section, to reassure my audience that I am not here to attack you, I would like to start with the most basic, neutral, and milquetoast definition that we can find for fascism. My fellow leftists prefer that we start these conversations with a work by the Italian philosopher Umberto Eco, and his work on fascist semiotics, Fascismo, which you can also find under the name Eternal Fascism, 14 Ways of Looking at a Black Shirt. As a work of semiotics, the study of symbols and signs, Fascism is a great essay for understanding how to identify fascist political ideology beyond the rhetoric that politicians are known for. As a philosophy-centric YouTube channel, I would be remiss to miss an opportunity to encourage you to read a work of philosophy. That said, from the Encyclopedia Britannica, quote, "Although fascist parties and movements differed significantly from one another, they had many characteristics in common, including extreme militaristic nationalism, contempt for electoral democracy, and a contempt for political and cultural liberalism, a belief in natural social hierarchy, and the rule of elites." End quote. The exact nature of fascism varies between countries and cultures throughout Eurasia, the Middle East, Western Europe, and the United States. In some countries, fascist political parties showed greater membership than both liberal and communist parties combined. This is not the far-flung past, but our contemporary history. This was the 1940s and 50s at its peak, and would still be active through the 60s and 70s, even after the end of World War II and the Holocaust. These are the decades when our parents were born, not one full human lifetime ago. Fascist political philosophy is modern and an active part of our culture. It never went away, and it won't be going away anytime soon. On top of that, in a post-World War II world, scholarship is not unbiased, as conservative scholars focus on the aspects of fascism that had socialist structures. Liberal scholars focus on fascist control over private sector businesses, and leftist scholars focus on how fascism scapegoats and demonizes vulnerable minority groups and uplifts wealthy corporate owners to the position of oligarchs to destroy social welfare programs and secure political power. The only things that are agreed upon when it comes to defining fascism is that Nazi Germany, Mussolini's Italy, and Imperial Japan, the Axis powers, are the paradigm of fascist politics. And, at least until recently, the vast majority of people agreed that being a fascist was bad, hence the word fascist becoming a pejorative that people are offended by, or disingenuously reject when their political beliefs align with the predominant political beliefs of fascist parties. All of these factors you can read in more specific detail on the Encyclopedia Britannica. Believe it or not, as I list these characteristics, we are still being descriptively neutral, rather than me communicating my personal politics. Fascism is 1. Hostility to and denial of the validity of democratic or republican elections. 2. Discrimination and scapegoating of cultural minorities and foreign cultures. 3. Anti-Marxism, defending, supporting, and empowering capitalist interests or corporate elites. 4. Anti-liberalism, denying individual rights as a value in favor of strict moral objectivism. 5. Totalitarian development, creating a dictator and/or cult of personality around a leader. 6. Party loyalty through fashion. 7. Militarism and nationalism. 8. Redefining existing religion and spirituality. 9. Moral education prioritized over knowledge or skills. We could break down even more specific characteristics, but 9 umbrella categories is already plenty as a baseline for reviewing the contents of Warframe's story, to see if any of the policies and actions of the Scaldra faction coincide with the real beliefs of fascist politics. Section 1. Hostility to and denial of the validity of elections in a democratic republic. When we arrived in Holvania, it had already been under martial law since sometime in the year 1998. As such, there is precious little information about the nature of Holvanian government outside of the Scaldra's military hierarchy. When Major Nessie Rousulka disappears, Lieutenant Victor Vodunoi takes over in accordance with the chain of command. However, we know from real-world military hierarchies that Victor is not a high-ranking lieutenant. He is a field commander, but he has a series of superiors that he must answer to. This is most clearly demonstrated by his propaganda broadcasts, when he is made to do an ad for the live performance of the Technosite Coda clones of the band On-lyne. We can also deduce from the 1999 webcomic that political parties exist, and one political party is named the People's Party, which doesn't give us anything, as socialist, fascist, communist, conservative, and liberal parties have all taken on names like the People's Citizens of Humanity Party and some such nomenclature over the years. Both party naming conventions and propagandist media tend to aim at very broad appeal rather than specific claims of policies, ideologies, or goals. Ideologies like how conservative media and the Trump campaign constantly repeated that the presidential election was rigged or stolen throughout the years of 2020 to 2024, even as they lost every court case they raised and even lost court cases brought against them for the big lie. They continue to spread doubt in election integrity because that was the core goal of the propaganda. Baseless repetition is its own form of rhetoric. Look up the term the mere exposure effect. It is why propaganda exists and why it is effective on everyone. It is a way to convince people something is true without ever needing to actively engage with a person's logic or rationality. We do not know what the other political parties of Holvania are called. We aren't even sure if there are other parties, or what membership in the political party prescribes, so this is a mostly dead end. We are unable to determine if Holvania's government is in favor of or opposed to free elections. Our starting score is 0 for 1. Section 2. Discrimination and scapegoating of cultural minorities or foreign cultures. For this and most of the sections, we can pull direct quotes from Victor Vodyanoi, who directly expresses using the term tech rot opportunistically, broadening the term to apply the idea of cultural or moral rot to anyone who is opposed to the Scaldra's political worldview, and thus establishing a social class of tech rot out of certain Holvanian citizens. Listen to this line.
I wonder, Hex, if we stick your lifeless, putrid heads on a stake in the middle of my town square, as our ancestors did, do you think that will scare off the rest of the tech rot? I am unsure, but it's worth a shot, don't you think?
Ask for a moment why Victor would want to create a public display of their defeat of the Hex. He obviously isn't seriously suggesting that he could achieve some demotivation in the infestation's morale. It is clear to me that in lines like these, Victor is referring to the citizens of Holvania as tech rot when they oppose him.
Some see the tech rot as a disaster. I see the opportunity to remake this city. My city. No more of the laziness, the blasphemy, the mental rot. This is my chance to cleanse, to purge, to make this city powerful once again.
Victor sees the changes to their society, the development of technology, and the development of new social values as a mental rot. He thus refers to anyone who has awoken to the Scaldra political abuses and taken to opposing his political worldview as suffering from a mental disease, characterizing the technosites as a sort of woke mind virus. Beyond this, Victor is also using the need for a quarantine of the city to erect massive walls that block travel and movement throughout the city. Once again, there is symbolism to be found here. The Hex are a group entirely populated by illegal immigrants to Holvania, the creation of walls and borders being used as primary means to prevent foreign influence in the city.
Stormfall, you are going up against the most dangerous breed of tech rot, the Hex. Best of luck to you. Good hunting. It's time for the Hex to learn that movement isn't on the streets of my city again! Erect the barricades.
To the Scaldra, both political adversaries and immigrants are scapegoated as being responsible for the problems plaguing Holvania's society, and they are willing to take violent, murderous action to remove those elements from society, much like the rampant violation of search and seizure laws by the United States Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency, like the illegal deportation of immigrants to prison camps without due process in a court of law, which is their right under the US Constitution, which extends those rights to all people regardless of citizenship, like when Trump accused me and my Haitian heritage of stealing and eating people's pets, continuing to double down after local officials confirmed that there have been zero credible reports of that happening even once with Haitian migrants, correcting him on the same live broadcast at the same time as the hateful lie was spoken. He just wants you to be racist against Haitian people and a bigot against immigrants. And you motherfuckers were in my comments for a month, accusing me of the most heinous shit based on nothing but a politician telling you to jump, making excuses like, no, it's only the Haitian refugees doing this. No, you spoon-fed assholes. It was just a lie. You believe any lie he says because you are a fascist now too, and you don't care about facts. Does Holvania discriminate against cultural minorities and foreign cultures? Check. We are 1 for 2. Section 3. Anti-Marxism. Defending, supporting, and empowering capitalist interests or corporate elites. Depending on your political education, this category may be a bit confusing to you. You may have been raised to associate all dictatorships with fascism, the communist USSR's Stalin with dictatorship, and thus associate Marxism with fascism. Remember for a moment that totalitarian states, dictatorships, are a separate characteristic which we will look to in a moment. In this category, we are looking into the economic ideas of a fascist state. Something that is often overlooked in primary education about fascism is that it has its own economic philosophy that is distinct from liberalism, socialism, and communism. Fascism was very much about state control of industry, but not in the sense that it wanted to make the state to be a representation of the whole citizenry and then give the citizenry ownership over production. Rather, fascist economics is about making sure industry is serving the interest of the political party in control of the government, centering ownership among a small number of compliant oligarchs, maintaining that compliance through the enrichment of the oligarchs being dependent on the ruling party's control over state power. Now, it is true to say that the Nazi Party in Germany, as it was rising to power, made many political promises that would be considered socialist policies. However, it is also true that such socialist policies would never be wholly adopted by the Nazis as a ruling party. One major example being the implementation of corporatism. You may have heard the word corporatism in recent discourse. I know I have. It is often brought up in conversations as a counter to any mention of the sentence "capitalism is bad," responding with, actually the problem is corporatism. Quite frankly, I don't think anyone who says this knows what corporatism actually was. Intuitively thinking that because it has the word corporate, that we are talking about abuses by large businesses in what is assumed to be a fair and just economic system. That is not what corporatism is. Corporatism was the idea that in order to protect against the abuses of businesses acting according to their own interest and forming monopolies, independent national workers' unions should be established for every industry. By having each industry be regulated by independent unions, the idea of corporatism was that a nation could address both the concern of excessive government regulation over free commerce, while also counteracting the rise of monopolies and frequent labor strikes that came with the development of industrial manufacturing. Corporatism was just one of a myriad of ideas in the 20th century that were trying to create new economic systems in response to the changes of the free market over time. Corporatism has also never once been implemented in the history of economic policy. It never existed. Unions today are still very local, usually only made up of members within a single business entity. Industry unions usually operate under consistent policy with workers' contracts and the organizing of boycotts, but their influence extends only to the part of the industry that wants to work with people who are union members. Businesses in the same industry can still operate outside of cooperating with national unions by hiring non-union labor. Unions are one negotiating party within the liberal capitalist system. Corporatism is not just another word for capitalism. It has, in fact, become more of a dog whistle for blaming unions for economic disparity. I call it a dog whistle because I have seen multiple people who I know for a fact are pro-union lefties like me start using the word corporatism when having capitalism is bad type conversations. The Nazi Party did contain corporatism as one of its policy goals for economic change. However, like most of the Nazi Party's socialist policy platforms, there was never any action taken to implement those policies in government. It was merely a populist rhetoric. To quote the very milquetoast Encyclopedia Britannica again, their talk of National Socialism was quite fraudulent in this respect. End quote. We have only one example of Scaldra directly supporting the corporate interests present in Holvania. As it stands, it seems most industry as a whole has been completely destroyed in the city. Malls, shopping centers, and stores are all out of operation, and the internet is still too far into its infancy to be a major source of commerce. There is some debate as to what should be considered the first thing ever sold on the internet. In 1994, Pizza Hut took its first online order for a pizza delivery. However, the financial transaction took place in person, so others deferred to the sale of a CD of the album 10 Summoners' Tales by the band Sting, by Dan Cohn on his own startup website Netmarket in August of 1994. The 1999 ARG actually references this event by allowing Tenno to respond to the Big Bites pizza advertisement with their preferred order of pizza. The one example we have of Scaldra, the nation's military, being made subservient to a corporate interest is with Victor Vodunnoy's winter broadcast advertising On-lyne's stadium concert.
It has been brought to my attention that some of you are concerned. The popular musicians On-lyne may be unable to perform a concert scheduled for New Year's Eve. I have faith that with your continued support and cooperation, our situation will be much improved by then.
This is weak evidence. I will understand if you don't want to give this category to me, but it is at least some evidence confirming the Holvanian government's priorities. Also, Trump did a PR advertisement for Elon Musk's Tesla cars on the lawn of the White House back in March of 2025, in which Trump threatened to classify protesting at Tesla dealerships an act of domestic terrorism, the propagandist asking the question, calling all the protests over Doge's control over the executive branch acts of violence. Using state violence to promote and protect the financial interest of corporate oligarchs, anti-Marxism? Check. 2 out of 3. Section 4. Anti-liberalism. Denying individual rights as a value in favor of strict moral objectivism. This category would honestly be a little bit too easy to prove. Victor clearly has a very strict moral code, and he expects people to abide by both his morality and his orders. By his actions, he becomes anti-liberal, by enforcing his morality onto others by threat of violence. His Scaldra fully embraced his command, but one could argue for plausible deniability here. There could be a plurality of beliefs and opinions in the minds of Scaldra soldiers, but they have learned to keep dissenting opinions private and to never let a dissent become refusing an order. If we were only looking at what the Scaldra are functionally doing, as opposed to their philosophical ideals, this would be an immediate checkmark. However, I don't want to equate having a sense of morality qua non to dogmatic moral objectivism. For this category, I will be taking on an even more strict standard than necessary. I want to see if Victor expresses distaste or denial for Holvanians who try to determine their moral values for themselves and thus establish direct contradiction with the ideas of individualism among humanist philosophy. And I do believe that I have very clear evidence of Victor Vodunnoy's disdain for self-determined moral values.
Citizens, loss of property or persons is forever the price of protection. Do not obstruct the tanks. Holvania endures.
The 3 major values of humanism and liberalism are life, liberty, and property. In this quote, Victor adopts a kind of freedom isn't free rhetoric to justify the uncompensated destruction of Holvanians' property, as well as having no concern for incidental deaths along the way. There is an irony in saying suffering harm is equivalent to protection. When we include the context that the entire city sits within a Scaldra siege wall, we can see that the liberal values of life, liberty, and property are all being left at the wayside.
Our soldiers stand as liberators. Their rifles, keys, thought, your prison. Celebrate the tanks which safeguard your hovels and byways. Cheer as those who celebrate death pop beneath their tracks. Holvania endures.
Here, Victor directly criticizes the citizens of the city for the act of thinking, telling them that thought is a prison and instead they should merely obey the military. Cheer for them as heroes regardless of what happens, even as they gruesomely kill other Holvanian citizens. It's honestly a lazy and ineffective rhetoric. Today, the fascist typically encourages their audience into feeling as though they are free thinking by cashing their rhetoric with stock phrases like, "do your own research," "we are not a monolith," or by complimenting the person listening to their propaganda by saying, "rational, free-thinking people think this." Let me tell you this, social media platforms, including YouTube and most news article headlines, do not count as research. Rational minds differ, and free thinking does not belong to any specific conclusion. And calling yourself not a monolith while treating other demographics as though they don't have diversity of opinion is hypocrisy. No one honestly engaging in political philosophy gets to wield the rational good boy trophy over anyone else. This shit is muddy and difficult by design.
Alvania, your house is in disarray. My trust in you spectacularly misplaced. Tear your orbs from the bloodless glow of whatever screen has you transfixed, and witness what becomes of those who stray. HO9s, showtime. Oh, and have fun with it.
Extending the same sentiment as last time, the trust which Victor refers to is a belief that the Holvanians already agree with and would conform to his morality. When this is proven false, rather than allowing for the difference to exist, he chastises the citizens for not being moved by the very bloody business of his military. Perhaps a small criticism of finding value in media is being portrayed here, equating engagement with art, like shows, movies, and video games, as a kind of decadence that is less real than the business of statecraft. To quote the encyclopedia again, fascist propagandists also attacked cultural liberalism, claiming that it encouraged moral relativism, godless materialism, and selfish individualism, and thereby undermined traditional morality. Anti-liberalism, denying individual rights as a value in favor of moral objectivism? Check. 3 out of 4. Section 5. Totalitarian development. Creating a dictator and/or cult of personality around a leader. The creation of a cult of personality under a totalitarian dictator, a factor that is not unique to fascism, but definitely a core element of it. Trump has trained his loyalists to see any criticism of Trump, his actions, or his policies as merely being anti-Trump, as a personal attack, an ad hominem, because they dislike him personally, further delegitimizing criticism of a politician by pathologizing the dislike of Trump as a mental disability by using the phrase Trump derangement syndrome. By reducing every discussion about politics to one's feelings about a person, people are convinced to immediately dismiss any conversations about policy. Conversations about politics become opportunities to socially demonstrate your loyalty to a social group, which is now defined by performing your love for the leader against all critique. Cults of personality are not limited to politicians. Famous people like Taylor Swift or BTS can develop cults of personality through fame and entertainment, and anyone who has been deep in the clutches of a fandom can tell you that sometimes a fandom is extremely hostile to any conversation about distaste or criticism. When that cult of personality is formed around a politician in a position of power, especially if that position is the most powerful position in a nation's government, it is the start of developing the person into a dictator. What is hard to engage with in Warframe 99, as we touched on before, is the opinions and the beliefs of the rank-and-file Scaldra. We don't have in-universe journals, tabloids, or newspapers. If everything in 1999 stays contemporary with the real world, 24-hour news networks would already be an established part of the media landscape, but without a landmark event like the televised coverage of the O.J. Simpson trial in 1995, we can't be sure if 24-hour news was as ubiquitous to culture and entertainment as it is for us before the rise of social video websites. All we have to go on is a certainty that Victor Vodyanoi wants to be seen as that central figurehead. He wants to, and often claims to be, the thought leader that rules the city.
Arthur Nightingale. If it weren't for the disease that disfigures your body and soul, you'd be just one more dead idealist in a pile of dead idealists, whilst I am Holvania's very raison d'etre. Scaldra looks to me, not just for leadership, but inspiration. While you're a few slender chromosomes away from corpsehood.
After all I have done, after all my sacrifices, you insist on prolonging your suffering by helping these slugs, the Hex. What did I do to deserve this disloyalty? Why must you spit in the face of Sol, of Lua?
Where this falls through is that in looking at graffiti and posters scattered about Holvania's streets, there is almost no media that has been produced about Victor Vodyanoi at all. He was an unknown quantity to the Holvanian public before he assumed command of the Scaldra. Rather, the person who fits the bill much more so than Victor, the person we know was working in cooperation with the Scaldra and the Holvania government, and who has posters plastered on every brick wall of the city with his arms outstretched like the Cristo Redentor in Rio de Janeiro, is our own Albrecht Entrati. I think it is fair to say that the Scaldra did have a cult of personality figurehead among their ranks. When Albrecht left, as seen in the 1999 webcomic, some Scaldra defected with him. The Scaldra are already primed for desiring a dictator, but it is unclear if they have one currently. So, totalitarian development? We are a bit late for me to count this one. The score is now 3 out of 5. Section 6, Party Loyalty Through Fashion. Earlier we touched on the topic by mentioning Fascism by Umberto Eco, and how the fascism of Mussolini used images, symbols, to dictate social standing within a fascist hierarchy. And it is here that I would like to delve into that concept more thoroughly. In a fascist worldview, the purpose of fashion is to communicate externally that members of the fascist party and worldview are powerful, economically independent, but also culturally and morally identical because they have achieved some imagined virtuous ideal. That communication is meant to be directed outward to other nations, but also domestically, to people who aren't members of the party yet, but would otherwise be receptive to the paradoxical promise of being both individually independent and socially accepted as belonging to this niche and ideologically exclusionary group. Fellow YouTube essayist Taipei Queen has a great video about fashion's role in fascist Italy, and overall she has made some great essays on fashion, drag, and what clothing can reveal about life in different moments of history. I highly recommend you check out her videos after this, link in my description. And in this video she talks about how women in fascist Italy would, at different times, be barred from wearing the uniforms of men or be paraded in distinctly gendered uniforms, such as sportswear skirts for young women and traditional housewife attire for older women. Uniforms created in direct opposition to the fashion of the flappers, a more self-expressive fashion style born out of the Industrial Revolution, and Caucasian women then finding new economic independence from men through employment outside the home. It is in the history of this control over women's fashion, in particular, that I see the insidiousness of fascist messaging around women's rights, caching women's rights in ideas of protecting traditional women's clothing from the influence of women seeking more liberal freedoms in society, as well as creating the opportunity to aspire to a false freedom, a false sense of equity within the fascist system by withholding certain kinds of fashion as a right to be granted later, such as barring women from wearing the black shirts of the fascist party, only to later implement a distinctly women's military uniform, a distinctly separate but equal signifier of gender, which is entirely controlled by the state. Institutions which seek to define womanhood ultimately do so to control and restrict women's equal and self-determined participation in society. For example, the Olympics. Any woman who breaks records or exceeds performance expectations too much are subjected to extensive invasive inspection of their genitals, genetic testing, and endocrine testing, then required to subject themselves to drastic surgical or pharmaceutical intervention in order to continue competing in their sport, literally defining women by creating arbitrary biological rules and a ceiling of how much a woman is allowed to succeed. We know that separate is inherently unequal, but when a person is excluded from something, suddenly being given conditional inclusion, it can create the phantasm of liberation. These same fashion-oriented rhetorics were implemented in other historical fascist movements. The Nazi Party had infants and the Hitler Youth dress in military uniforms during schooling, as did Imperial Japan, basing its school uniforms on Western military uniforms during the Meiji Restoration. The Nazi Party required Jewish people to wear stars and required homosexual people and transgender people to wear a pink triangle, or now Trumpism with their red MAGA hats. Fascism progressively uses fashion to externalize moral standing in society, to solidify dehumanization as an aesthetic, to make a performance of in-group belonging, to make it easy for people to take the mental constructs of racism, sexism, homophobia, and transphobia and believe their hatred was based on objective facts that they could now see with their eyes. To a certain extent, it is hard to associate any concept of fashion onto the factions of Warframe enemy mobs. As a matter of design, each faction has limited enemy variety that contributes to a uniformity within the lore, and yet significant effort still went into making sure that the Scaldra had a coherent design not only as a military, but in the larger cultural context of Holvania. For example, the Scaldra's main colors are yellow and green. Their clothing and uniforms are yellow, and the green comes from the color of the effurvant gas in their weaponry and armor. I don't believe, however, that yellow was an arbitrary choice. Consider instead the dualist religion of sun and moon worship in Holvania. Lua, in graffiti and in the stories shared by Victor and the Hex, is depicted with blue coloration, with concepts of rest and death. Lua, as a goddess, is most often described as reactive to the events of people, whereas Sol is expressed as masculine, proactive, and strong. Scaldra posters, whether you see them as military recruitment ads or military movie posters, are mostly colored yellow. Even Dr. Entrati's propaganda posters are yellow, with the sun radiating out behind him. Holvania's gods, Sol and Lua, are given a gendered binary, and are in turn engendered with a different subset of values that Holvanian society cares about. By adopting yellows as a universal fashion motif, but not invoking any of the aesthetics of Lua, I think it is clear that the in-universe storytelling is demonstrating the Scaldra's attempt to project the values of strength and masculinity within its hierarchy as a matter of fashion. Juxtapose that against the Tenno and the Warframe community as a whole, who all know that fashion frame is endgame. As a matter of game design, we color and decorate our space dolls to express our personal values, our individualism, in stark contrast to the deep-seated conforming mentality expressed in the fashion of the enemy factions. Party loyalty through fashion? Check. 4 out of 6. Section 7. Militarism and Nationalism. Fascist nations also strive to teach its citizenry to have a constant expectation of war. They value wartime over peacetime as a politically convenient way to enforce solidarity among a nation's citizens. That absolute devotion to the state is justified by a nationalist ethic that demands supporting a nation's military during wartime, then manufacturing the need for war to hold onto political power. Much like how the Trump administration kicked off the 47th presidency with initiating a global trade war through levying tariffs against nearly all developed countries, as well as frequently threatening live warfare by asserting to annex either Canada or Greenland. Victor Vodunoi promotes his constant warfare by expanding his definition of Tekrot to ideological adversaries among the citizenry. Holvania's warfare may be a civil war, but I think the endless series of tanks and paratroopers descending on the streets of Holvania speak for itself. Militarism and nationalism? Check. 5 out of 7. Section 8. Redefining existing religion or spirituality. Redefine the values and beliefs of your country's predominant religion to conform to the party's platform, the reverse of conforming a party's platform to the teachings of a religion, while still allowing for the use of religious rhetoric. Then, in a continuation of the scapegoating of minority cultures, minority religions are redefined as embodying moral decay for not adhering to the political party's standards, dehumanizing minority religions as decadent or some other marketable term of disparagement, promoting religious intolerance and interfaith violence. The dehumanization of ethnic and religious minorities is inherently intertwined. The Nazi Party's conception of race was based in Hitler's belief that the Christian God created a hierarchy of souls that were stored in the blood of different races, and that true Germans were of the fictitious and ahistorical race of Aryans who, no joking, were the descendants of the mythical city of Atlantis. You will not find even a single verse in the Bible supporting those claims, and yet the Nazi Party believed it to be the truest interpretation of Christianity, and even sent high-ranking officials around the world to try to build legitimacy to the claim. This is the Christo in Christo-fascism, the assertion that the values of the political party are the values of the religion, conveniently ignoring any aspect of the religion that contradicts the party's policies. Fascism imposes their political worldview as the proper interpretation of whatever the dominant religion of a culture happens to be. This has been Christianity in Europe and the United States, but Imperial Japan invented Koka Shinto, nationalist Shinto, during the Meiji Restoration so that the fascist regime could consolidate the myriad Buddhist and Shinto faiths into a single belief system it could control. This is just Christian nationalism, the US's Christo-fascists, the subsection of Christians who should not speak for the rest of us, who have redefined the entire Christian religion around hating queer people, Islam, and foreigners based on isolated verses of the Bible. ignoring the hundreds of verses that are about protecting and providing for the homeless, the hungry, the orphan, the widow, the poor, the prostitute, the sick, and the sojourner, which is an archaic way of saying a person who is not a citizen of a city-state and thus constantly immigrates between them. Most of the members of the Hex seem to express that they hold the faith of dualism, of worshipping the gods Sol and Lua, Eleanor most of all. In the Kinematic Instant Messenger, Eleanor even shares with us how she seriously considered becoming a nun in the service of Lua, rather than the journalism career she chose instead. Quote, Eleanor, like a devotee of Lua, shaven head, white or black robes depending on the aspect, very strict life. You are expected to focus on holy things to the exclusion of all else, prayer and meditation every day, basic diet. End quote. For Victor, the expression of faith is not about achieving an internal sense of devotion or cultivation, it is performative in nature. It is about angrily lamenting having meditation interrupted while dictating to other Scaldra what to believe through printed religious propaganda.
Stormfall Unit, my children, as you prepare to descend from on high, take a moment to read the Prayer to Sol, which you can of course find on your Credo card. We are not dying in a state of sin today. Enough! Stormfall, may Sol guide you to greatness. Stormfall, deploy. Give Our Lady Lua something to weep over tonight.
Hex, I simply cannot wrap my head around what you think your endgame is. I have an army with Sol and Lua on my side. You are heathens, doomed to rot in hell. What do you hope to possibly achieve? Helvania, you'll get all you deserve in the end. Repent. I beg of you. Turn away from technology. Turn away from sin. Kneel before the faith. Accept the cleaning fires, and your soul shall be saved.
Fascist religion is not an honest religious faith. It is about power and control, a delusion using religion to validate self-grandeur, and all aspects of spirituality that do not achieve those ends are left to rot. It is Trump holding the Bible upside down for the optics of a photo shoot, an oath taken with the mouth, but not with the heart. Redefining existing religion or spirituality for political gain? Check. 6 out of 8. Section 9. Moral education over knowledge and skills. Under fascist governments, public and compulsory education takes on different priorities. Moral character and physical character takes priority over facts, research, intellectual skills, and the self-directed fundamentals of liberal education. Under a liberal education, controversial ideas are allowed to exist, and students are encouraged to discuss, debate, and decide for themselves both what to study and on the morality, efficacy, and factuality of ideas presented under a very broad range of topics. Under fascist governments, the primary way for dealing with controversial ideas is to ban them, silence the speech of anyone who would discuss them, and organize mass book burnings to destroy the possibility of students coming across the controversial idea. To quote the Encyclopedia Britannica again, some of the ugliest aspects of fascism, intolerance, repression, and violence, were fueled by what fascists saw as a morally justified struggle against decadence. For fascists, decadence meant a number of things: materialism, self-indulgence, hedonism, cowardice, and physical and moral softness. It was also associated with rationalism, skepticism, atheism, humanitarianism, and political, economic, and gender democracy, as well as rule by the Darwinian unfit, by the weak and the female. End quote. For the fascist, the very concept of a free and self-directed education is immoral. Anti-intellectualism is a core tenet of fascism, and the suppression of speech in schools is the primary way fascism deconstructs education. See the Trump administration defunding private education institutions like Harvard for not conforming to moral character standards regarding LGBTQA+ people, immigrants, as well as diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Or how in Florida we have House Bill 1577, the Don't Say Gay law, that has banned all discussion of LGBTQA+ topics from being discussed in schools. And we have Florida Senate Bill 266, which has banned all discussion of any topics related to diversity, ethnicity, and inclusion up through university education, banning majors related to race, African American history, and gender studies. Or how Florida has the highest rates of banned books of any state in the country, having banned 4,500 books in just the 2023-2024 school year alone. Nationally, the United States banned 2,532 books in the 2021-2022 school year. We banned 3,362 books in the 2022-2023 school year. We've banned 10,046 books in the 2023-2024 school year. The number of book bannings are expected to continue this exponential climb. The Trump administration has also been purging publicly available US databases regarding environmental science, physics, and the publicly available historical records that are harmful to Trump's reputation, such as the minute-by-minute record of the events of the Capitol riots on January 6, 2021. This information is only being retained as a result of the private, proactive efforts of people who predicted the purge on educational resources, such as the Internet Archive or the Harvard Law School's Library Innovation Lab and their online archiving resource, the data.gov archive. But an immeasurable amount of this research data has already been lost. An immeasurable amount of research has already been cancelled for future study for using the wrong keywords, such as gender, women, and minority. People simply are not able to account for what they don't know was missed. Fascist education isn't about telling you what to think, but about controlling what you are allowed to learn in the first place, destroying everything else, and treating education of anything outside the mold of their ideals as harmful and dangerous. The subtlety of Warframe 1999's story in this regard is in making the Scaldra and the Techrot dual antagonists, enforcing primarily the destruction of art and communication technology, while encouraging people to return to the old ways, to revert to when people were unable to explore, find something new, and create new ideas. A mythic past, all about conformity and blissful ignorance. We started this section by asking the question, are the Scaldra of Warframe 1999 fascist? And, in learning about fascism in the modern day, I think the answer to this quest is quite clear. Not to put too fine a point on it, but I think that it is immediately important to always be asking new questions, gaining new perspectives, and learning to resist whatever wishes for us to stagnate. So the better question to ask right now, in Warframe 1999, how is someone in Holvania meant to resist against the overwhelming violence of the Scaldra? The origins of punk music is a fascinating subject for music historians, as it represents one of the few instances of simultaneous cultural invention, a concept more often reserved for the uncanny timing in which cultures across the world develop technologies such as writing, the wheel, or metallurgy at roughly the same time, despite not having any cultural exchange. Punk music is a late 1960s, early 70s cultural innovation that developed in New York in the United States and London in the United Kingdom, born from youth culture's anger and dissatisfaction with the political actions of their respective governments and the economic disparity from high unemployment and poor access to economic opportunity. Punk, as a musical style, is characterized by 1. A lack of formal training in music theory, 2. Angry and expressively political lyricism, 3. Countercultural expression that intentionally violates conservative norms, and 4. The development around local scenes of punk music that expressed the perspectives of specific cities and regions. The aesthetic inspirations for the DIY performances of punk would come from the often violent political concerts of Detroit's The Stooges and MC5, from the noisy complexity of the Velvet Underground, and from the flashy extravagance of glam rock, from acts like New York Dolls and David Bowie. David Bowie, of course, being the primary inspiration for Warframe's own resident rockers, Temple and the Rippers. Popular aesthetic offshoots of punk culture would become distinct genres or subgenres of punk, including grunge and goth, two of the first new sets of 1999 clothing for our Drifter's Closet. While many think of grunge and goth as merely an aesthetic, it is important to know that while aesthetic and subject matter leads the distinction of grunge and goth as art movements in fashion, their origins and their music retain the undeniable values of punk music, which is born from a countercultural political philosophy. Warframe 1999 is, above all other possible descriptions, expressly punk rock. But if everything you have heard me say up until now hasn't been enough to convey the expressly political intent of this story, I have only one more gambit up my sleeve. Which means it's time for everyone's favorite lore YouTuber pastime, lyric analysis. I promised to do better than I did when trying to retranslate Kome's lyrics for more vague syntax. Full credit where it is due, I got the idea to analyze Warframe 1999's music in this way from Whoop-de-Wham, who sent the fan theory to me over on Blue Sky, and I'm grateful for it because it has led me to appreciating another part of Warframe storytelling beyond a reductive feeling of just saying, "That's cool." So if you want to be as cool as Whoop-de-Wham, I highly suggest that you follow me over on Blue Sky and also send me your unprompted fan theories and critiques. Our lyrical exploration starts with who else but the most popular boy band in the world, On-lyne. Party of Your Lifetime is the first 1999 song we heard in the game's marketing material, and it had techno-lyricists spinning. It is well understood that the lyrics of the song have very subtle references to the technocide infestation, leading some to theorize that the Techrot infestation can somehow transmit through music. The pre-1999 ARG had theorists guessing that Techrot can spread through the internet too. The greatest reveal, however, would come with Techrot Encore, when we had the opportunity to talk with Lizzie in the Instant Messenger sim. Prior to 1999, infestation enemy dialogue would lead players to conclude that the infestation operates as a hive mind, all parts thinking or acting in accordance with a singular purpose, in the same manner that a beehive is characterized as operating as a single unit rather than a collection of individual organisms. It goes so much deeper than that. From Lizzie we learn that the Helminth strain, perhaps the technocytes as a whole, are not only a hive mind, but a collective. In my original analysis of Warframe's story, I likened our relationship to the infested as a kind of familial connection, but I couldn't have predicted how much deeper this idea could go. Different infested may retain their individual wills, but also experience their self from the perspective of all infested at once. Further yet, they are able to see and feel this collective perspective not just across space, but across time as well. This greater context helps us to understand, in retrospect, a lot of the dialogue of prominent Techrot beyond 1999, such as our Helminth chairs or Cephalon Jordis. Technocytes are a fourth-dimensional, platonic polycule of everything and everyone it has touched. It experiences the universe from a certainty that it is a part of the greater whole, and it wants to share that perspective with everything that isn't able. It is, in the philosophical sense of the word, romantic. However, we must also keep in mind that in 1999, the technocytes are still in their infancy. Their influence hasn't spread across the Origin system. Thanks to Amir hacking into a Libertation record label's email on Auri's request, combined with direct testimony from Flair Voleon about who invited Temple and the Rippers to Holvania, we have clear evidence that Victor, field lieutenant of the Scaldra, was attempting to trick musicians to come to Holvania to use the technocytes to clone On-lyne and other bands, and artificially produce their music and personalities, attempting to replace the artists entirely with a machine learning algorithm, and thus transforming popular music into an exclusively Holvanian export. Surely this is a commentary on what the marketers call generative AI, disrupting artistic markets with generated slop. How the Holvanian government managed to get their hands on the technocytes when their last known location was a Lassarian submarine in 1987 is still unknown, but as the Scaldra's tool, technocytes were not merely a presentation of collectivism, but of conformity to the Scaldra's fascist and clearly hypocritical worldview.
To the party. We're online. Online. We're online. Step into the night where all the stars are bright. We're back again to do this, and we're gonna do it right. Something wild's in the air. I just know. in the house to bring the party of your lifetime. We come alive with the melody on board. It's the party of your lifetime. The signal's strong, can you feel it in the floor? It's the party of your lifetime. We come to life on the floor. This feeling's what we came for. The beat is strong, we can feel it in the floor. It's the party of your lifetime. Party of your lifetime. The party of your lifetime.
Party of Your Lifetime is the first original single we hear from the pop boy band On-lyne. Its lyrics are suffused with allusions to the most preeminent boy bands of our timeline, NSYNC and the Backstreet Boys. Beyond the allusions, however, there are also very subtle implications in the lyrics, such that players can start connecting the song to the story of the game, namely the means of transmission for this particular strain of the technocyte virus being technology, radio, and sound waves. The song even goes so far as to soften its consonant enunciation, such that in one lyric, the word invested may potentially be heard by the audience as the word infested instead. Pop music, by its genre name, is defined by whatever music is most popular and more enjoyed by a population at the time. Pop music is, by design, broad and communal in nature. The predominant theme of the song is for everyone to come together and embrace being part of the greater whole. And given the context of the story, it leads me to question if the song Party of Your Lifetime was released before or after On-lyne were captured in Holvania and turned into the Infested. To read the song as a subliminal message for the technocytes, we would have to assume that it is either true or a remarkable coincidence. With this in mind, it is my belief that Party of Your Lifetime is the first song that the Scaldra approved for release. It's a surface-level song that, without any specific or personal challenges, encourages a value of conforming to the social norm. It may be fluffy and played for fun, but it clearly communicated an insidious value, as it expresses fear or anger at the idea of being erased. While the song may in fact be a work of Scaldra propaganda, it is clear that the infestation pulled a fast one on old Victor, turning the work more toward its own goal of spreading its collective consciousness to the city. For the pop music aficionado that seeks a deeper tonality, we turn to On-lyne's second song, The Great Despair.
Please stay. Don't put out the flame and run away. In this heartbreak, I'll be here fighting for you with or without you. Wide awake with all the things I know that I should say. I thought I could take more than I really can with or without you. Baby, till you come back to into the great despair. I keep thinking I see you. This obsession is turned into the great despair. Now all I see is you. You're everywhere. Facing love inside, and now it's time we declare goodbye to the great despair. Goodbye to the great despair. Goodbye to the great despair.
Styled as a breakup song or a romantic ballad, The Great Despair is read by many fans, myself included, as the infestation revealing its relationship with the player character, as well as how that relationship is being impacted by the other dominant relationships driving Warframe's story. There is only one lyric that I want to highlight as being indicative of the influence of Scaldra's fascism in this song, namely the often repeated motif that connects the various verses and the refrain. I'll be here fighting for you, with or without you. The words with or without you are particularly troublesome in a song where the whole theme is connection, or getting back together in a romantic sense as the case may be, essentially saying that we will be united without regard to our consent or our individual liberty. Such a message would fall right in line with the fascist distaste for liberal individualism and its assertion that people can and should have the right to define their values for themselves and live freely, regardless of their conformity to a larger social whole. Thus, it gets the Scaldra seal of approval, but of course the technosites steal this song to its own ends yet again with this line: "They say love is time, but all in love isn't fair." The technosite is communicating that its strategy is, essentially, to be patient, biding its time until we come around and decide to finally be a part of it. Remember now that the infestation is a fourth-dimensional hive mind, meaning the moment it came into existence, it knew that we would also exist, that we would work together so intimately, but never fully join them. As reality's strongest beta orbiter, it's willing to consume the entire origin system. It's willing to help us by fighting our wars, and it's willing to fight against us as it grows its many colonies. It wants all life to have the universal perspective it has, but we are special. Our soul already belongs to another. The indifference lets you come back with nothing. For the entire song, the infestation is asking us to come and give it something. That something can easily be interpreted as feeding ourselves to the sacred beast, stating very explicitly that the only reason it doesn't simply take us is because of our relationship to the indifference. As another word for the man in the wall and the void, this use of the word indifference is clearly not some plain insult, a story point that is also highlighted in some kinematic instant messenger conversations with Letty and Eleanor. The Drifter and the Tenno aren't just lucky enough to have not gotten sick, they are magically immune as a result of our void powers. What makes this interesting to me is that both the Drifter and the Operator share this immunity, both the version of ourselves that made the deal with Wally and the version of ourselves that did not, meaning that the void power within the player character isn't contingent on the deal itself. Rather, it may in fact just be a function of having a relationship to the indifference at all. The song may also be leading us to a hint about how this story is meant to end. The end of the song presents the infestation as looking forward to a time when we do become a part of it. If the great despair is that we can never be a part of the sacred beast, then saying goodbye to the great despair means that we have in fact come together at some point. We have or will have become a family, eventually. As the infestation is omniscient throughout time, I doubt it has much use in making its song aspirational, but let me offer another possible interpretation. Another long-shot call like I did in the Duviri paradox, when I pulled a Nostradamus and accurately predicted that the Drifter or Operator had a sibling aboard the Zeramin. A shared theme between the Duviri paradox and 1999 is the concept of time loops, repeating the same events over and over, giving ourselves the time needed to develop the skills of empathy, and with enough do-overs, achieve being able to forge the strongest possible bonds with other people. Even though, according to Kaya, it makes time itself pretty volatile. Just as the infestation is willing to use its unique relationship with time to earn our love, we, as the Drifter, are guilty of doing the same thing with the Hex. In a previous video, I have levied the idea that the early lore theory of Janus, the two-faced god, is actually the player character. Now I am putting my stake down. Perhaps we, the Drifter and Operator, are heading towards becoming a god of both time and love. because love is time. To combat the man in the wall, the god of infinite probability, we may in fact need the power of a god ourselves, going as far as to be able to enter the minds of people who may not even have a somatic relay to facilitate the transference. If we abuse this time-earned love, if we do not respect the individualism of our proto-frame family and decide that they need to conform to our goals, we could end up doing some serious harm to the universe, no matter how many loops we use to fix it. A fascist political worldview may promise that forcing people to conform to a single morality, a singular correct demographic of person, is the key to solving all of your problems, the key to saying goodbye to the great despair. But I think that the Drifter knows better. The Drifter has an even higher calling. The Call is our first properly punk song. It's heavy, it's rock, and the lyrics are suffused with anger and bitterness over not only the actions of another, but of ourselves as well. An entirely different kind of breakup song. The Call may take on greater significance for the story if we ascribe a more metaphorical expression than merely angrily standing next to your phone waiting for a call from your ex. Something a bit more anti-authoritarian. Let me call your attention to this line in particular. I feel it creeping up these streets, up over you and yellow lines. Specifically the words yellow lines referencing two potential references, either the concept of road markings that direct traffic or yellow tape that quarters off crime scenes or emergency events. In either case, the concept of a yellow line is equivalent to the idea of a social border that cannot be crossed, as well as clearly repeating the intent to break that rule. To cross the line, the violation of a social norm to achieve a personal goal, is in itself very punk. But it also leads us to question why the song also expresses regret as a core emotion. It kills me, it burns, I'm kicking up all the dirt, I wanted this first, can't shake it but it hurts. It builds me up, it breaks me down until there's nothing left. I wanted this first. If we remember the context that the Scaldra government running Holvania is in fact fascist, we can understand that the regret expressed in the song is regret over their complicity with how the fascist state rose to power. Fascist political thought encourages people to scapegoat different minority demographics at different times to progressively remove individual rights from its citizenry. The early stages of fascist rhetoric is precisely the rhetoric of empowerment, appealing to the largest population demographics and convincing them that the individual liberties of minorities is the root cause of their personal social woes, arguing things like women's safety will be jeopardized if trans women are allowed to use public bathrooms or seek medical care safely, rather than countering existing violence by promoting public education on the ethics of consent and investing in women's reproductive rights, arguing that white men don't receive jobs or fair pay not because of the greed and corruption of the upper classes choosing to underpay them, but because of brown people and immigrants disrupting some assumed natural order of the labor market. The Nazi Party started not by targeting the Jews, but first targeted universities that studied queerness. Deportation of Jewish people quickly escalated to the concentration camps. In the United States today, universities, scientific research, and medical research have experienced mass defunding simply for mentioning the words women, immigrants, gender, disability, labor, or race. In the United States today, even though illegal immigration is a civil offense and not a criminal offense, people who are merely accused are being deported not to their country of origin, but to foreign prisons without due process of any kind. Blatant anti-DEI policies with ham-fisted wordings have resulted in social supports for our veterans and senior citizens to be able to purchase medicine or pay their rent gutted, resulted in the mass deletion of medical data and public information, which has already led to things like the rapid increase in the mortality rates of children with measles, resulted in air travel, once the statistically safest way to travel in the world, to see an extreme increase in mortality due to hiring freezes and firing accused DEI hires. By creating these scapegoats, fascist politics simultaneously make majority populations feel as though they are being empowered, that their lives are being improved, even as the social services that support them are removed. They fall for a rhetoric that hating and punishing the right people will fix their individual problems, while actively deconstructing the social supports that the citizenry has been building for decades, supports that all demographics rely on for safety and stability, actively deconstructing the means by which you exercise your individual liberties. Fascist rhetoric makes you want it. It builds you up into thinking you are the righteous member of society, and then it proceeds to break down everything you thought your society was built on, until there is nothing left but empowered oligarchs and a disenfranchised citizenry. With the amount of time and work that goes into protecting and providing for our families and loved ones, the fascist government exhausts its citizens with its mandate to be constantly vigilant of threats from each other, attempting to take away our ability to resist by leaving us feeling numb. Numb is the next song on the Warframe 1999 soundtrack. When we first meet the Hex, the Drifter finds a group of rebels who are, if anything, lacking in rebelliousness. They are tired and despondent. Dr. Entrati promised them a cure to their technocyte infections, and what they received in return were inhuman bodies, the likes of which the world had never seen. Yet before Entrati, we must remember that none of the Hex are Holvania natives. Arthur, Aoi, Quincy, and Letty all came to Holvania as a part of the International Crisis Response Unit, hoping to serve the role of humanitarian relief, hoping to break free from the indiscriminate violence of their previous military service. Eleanor hoped to report on the crisis to help the world understand the threat it was facing. Amir was just hoping to advance his career in the tech industry. Velimir and Minerva hoping to find their daughter and save her from the Scaldra. Flair just wanted to play a gig with their band. Kaya, even if she is a genius, is literally just a child who got caught up in this mess, a kid who wanted to have a normal life. None of them ever really intended to be wrapped up in the politics of Holvania, so I end up wondering how this song could sound to the Holvania citizens who find themselves trapped and under threat of the Scaldra Purge campaigns. Nightfall's twisted, breathing red, did they set your mind ablaze? Ice-cold worries, no easy way out. When the player completes the Hex Syndicate progression, many citizens of Holvania come to the mall seeking a sanctuary. They are primarily a tired and listless bunch. I cannot help but think it is unlikely that everyone who has gathered here were always woke to the Scaldra's corruption. Earning the people's trust despite being associated with the tech rot was a gradual process. For them, I feel as though Numb is singing their aftermath. When the anger of the call is over, what's left is realizing that the inspiration they felt with supporting the Scaldra was a false promise. They are lamenting the overwhelming amount of work it will take to undo the harm some of them supported. They don't believe there is anything they can do anymore, and so they put all of their faith in the Hex to fix the country for them. 2 lines in the song, however, encourage everyone, Hex and Holvanians alike, to not give up the fight. Shots in the dark, no day's end, don't get buried in the haze. Even if your efforts seem aimless, resistance of any kind is worthwhile. There isn't an end until you've given up, so don't get buried in the haze. Even when you are plagued by your anxieties for the future, you do not have to give up on your promises. You can make things better for someone. If Numb represents the realization of the problem that has been created, and through empathy offering a way out, then Cut Through is the first refusal of the call to adventure. From a strict reading of Warframe lore, a lot of this song also sounds like the personification of the Infestation, despite not being associated with the performances of On-lyne or any in-lore band that can be connected to the Holvania cloning project. Feeling like I'm edible, at least to you, there's nothing quite the same, as accepting all the blame, I'm taking twice the pain. However, the lyrics also present a more personal perspective, one of lost fervor, lost passion, and a readiness to accept the way the world is if it means being able to maintain some kind of balance or stability. If it means being able to safeguard what's immediately in front of them. I'm getting older, should take a walk. Was optimistic, but all of it is talk. I like to be here alone with you, and is it really awful, out of the blue. Political involvement, political philosophy, is often thought of as the stuff of youth, the rebelliousness of youth culture, the political protests of college life, even the surprisingly young average age of the Founding Fathers during the American Revolution, despite depictions in art always presenting them as elder statesmen. Proactively seeking a better tomorrow is often treated as the naive optimism of children, something you are meant to grow out of when you move from young adult to adult. And, to be quite honest, I don't wholly disagree. That trajectory defines the course of my own life. I have largely abandoned any notion that I will affect a great social change. All of my energy beyond my impotent writing is spent securing my household. I like to live here, with the people I love. I really don't want anything else so long as I can hold on to this. It would be dishonest of me to tell you that living this way is wrong, because I have no plans of changing, no plans of risking my home to convince society to understand and adopt my values. All I have left is optimism and talk, and the music of Warframe has something to say to people like me. It says, pick a side.
Seeing visions of decisions as hard as the next. Heat
Pick a Side is the second most punk song on the Warframe 1999 soundtrack. It immediately opens up on the audience, berating them for not taking enough action to make the changes that society needs. You better not call cause I'm too busy dripping in sweat, seeing visions of decisions as hard as the next. This heat has got me twisted, blacklisted, and pack distant, persistent on the task at hand. The lyrics say that there are people doing the work, making hard risks and decisions, being twisted, misrepresented by the opposition politics, blacklisted, banned from public life, and pack distant, no longer welcome as a member of the in-group in their communities. And despite these all, they are persisting. They even go after police propaganda. I'm hearing buzzing all around and the fuzz is underground. Never was one who does concede to the sound, lies after lies full of hateful deceit. Mixing in, of course, the lore building that the technocyte infestation spreads not through disease transmission, but from radio and television broadcast, through sound. We come to realize that the technocytes here are a metaphor for government propaganda in general. The fuzz is, specifically, a slightly outdated slang term for the police, being crossed over with the colloquialism for radio or television static, also being described as fuzz. I'm hearing step into the night but take a step and watch them run. You never really met a man until you met his gun. The line, "You never really met a man until you met his gun," is a remix of the social media meme quote, "If you want to test a man's character, give him power." Wrongfully attributed to Abraham Lincoln, this quote was actually written about Lincoln in a speech by Robert Ingersoll in 1883. The quote reads, "If you want to find out what a man is to the bottom, give him power. Any man can stand adversity. Only a great man can stand prosperity. It is the glory of Abraham Lincoln that he never abused power. When he had power, he used it in mercy." End quote. In juxtaposing the lyrics against the original quote, we can see that the judgment of a person's character is in their willingness to use power toward their own ends, using a metaphor of a gun to individualize what that corruption actually looks like when wielded by an oppressive state. At the same time, that reliance on violent force to hold on to power comes with limits, as it breeds greater and greater resistance by the citizenry. I think they're power tripping, I think their grip is slipping, I think they want us to become a simple smile and listen. Lies after lies full of hateful deceit, how many do you believe? The power is wielded by the state aggressively because it is inherently unstable. The progressive scapegoating of more and more demographics with more and more violence always reveals the true character of oppressive politics. Manipulate the narrative, it becomes imperative. One mistake and you make me declarative. Following the previous line, the end of this verse calls out the fascist tactic of overwhelming news headlines with constant, incessant bigotry to make sure that public discourse stays on the topics of their manipulation, generating progressively more hateful and conspiracy-entangled headlines with no regards to facts. Facts like how the Trump administration cut funding to NPR and PBS, home to such liberal propaganda shows like Lake Wobegon and Sesame Street, for spreading woke ideologies like it's okay to be a person with autism, or the scientific fact that banana slugs are hermaphrodites. Trump even tweeting that NPR and PBS are, in all caps, the radical left monsters that so badly hurt our country. End quote. Headlines like these are exhausting because they are exhausting by design. You are meant to be overwhelmed by how much work would actually have to be done to have a reasonable and respectful conversation about why these accusations are blatantly and obviously false. And you would have to have those conversations with people who are willfully promoting narratives that they also know to be false, but choose to believe in the phantasm because it makes them feel politically powerful. Thus, it becomes imperative, becomes necessary, that we stop engaging in good faith discussions on these propagandized points. We must become declarative and simply assert the truth to protect it from these bad faith politicians and their stooges. At the same time, the choice of the words imperative and declarative are also a reference to the two main modes of programming philosophy. Imperative programming is written as goal-oriented design that allows the program to run until a specific outcome is reached, and declarative is more object-oriented, deciding each step and behavior of the program as you guide the software into achieving a desired output. Metaphorically, these terms suggest that the listener is being called to align themselves with the goal of resisting complacency, and take back control over how they use their time and attention. The song is also highly critical of people who attempt to remain neutral, who try to appease systems of power during times of unprecedented bigotry. Those who are equipped with blessings of clean hands forget they have yet to meet demands. Those who are equipped with blessings of clean hands forget they have yet to make amends. Reminding people that those who have enjoyed the benefits and prosperity of a peaceful and tolerant society only do so because of the joint contributions of everyone protecting each other's human rights. Clean hands is a blessing because political oppression, having your flesh politicized, is something forced upon the disenfranchised. For the people most at risk, getting their hands dirty isn't a choice, but a responsibility forced upon them by the state. From here we jump into the refrain. Now pick a side, and when you watch out for yourself, you pick a side. Now we see the central thesis of the song. When the conflict is between living with or without your fundamental human rights, there is no room for a moderate middle ground. There's no room for Aristotle's virtue of the mean in this conversation. If you are willing to compromise on your individual rights, you are also directly causing the rights of others to be compromised. Trying to remain neutral, trying to be calm, quiet, and protecting just your home, your household, and your interests, you end up supporting the side that seeks to violate human rights themselves. And eventually, you will lose your rights as well. To help you understand a little bit about this audacious claim, it can be helpful to review some classical liberal philosophy. Karl Popper's idea, summarized as the tolerance paradox, argues that a society that values universal human rights and tolerant coexistence of conflicting social values must, paradoxically, be intolerant of social values that are against that peaceful coexistence. Bigots cannot be tolerated if you desire a peaceful and tolerant society. This degree of liberal social values is a bit more left and placed in the camp that's called progressive liberals. Most liberals, however, follow the liberalism of John Rawls, who believed that intolerance, like anything else, should also be accepted as a part of individual rights. Rawlsian liberalism specifically advocates for each individual to represent only their own rational self-interest with regards to public policy. In my opinion, that version of liberalism naturally leads to libertarianism, which easily corrupts into denying the individual rights of others as being irrelevant to your own well-being. Thus it becomes intolerant, bigoted, and rightist with just a few euphemistic, self-pitying, playing the victim types of rhetoric, competing to argue that whoever is aligned with hegemonic power is actually the most oppressed, because they are socially discriminated against by Popper-esque liberals who don't wish to support or promote voices that perpetuate intolerance. The irony of universal human rights as a value is that if you only protect and support your own rights, the emergent result is that you reinforce whatever social norms already exist in your society right now. You don't work toward universal human rights, you hold the line at best or regress to the limited rights of the past. When you pick a side, when you choose to support the rights of all people beyond your own demographics, that is the tolerance paradox. To protect your individual rights, it is ineffective to pursue merely your rational self-interest. To create and protect your individual rights, you must advocate for universal human rights for peoples and demographics that are not your own. The lesson of the paradox is that your self-interest is only achieved through radical and powerful empathy for others. As we continue through the soundtrack, most of these songs are continuing the themes we have already discussed in sparse, interwoven moments.
Nothing for
From Infection, continuing the themes of having been complacent and regretting past actions. From Rotten Lives, continuing the theme of committing to further resistance and encouraging others to join the fight. The final song of the original 1999 update ends with Shut It Down, which, in switching to the screamo subgenre of punk, it is definitely the angriest song of the soundtrack. The song expresses the rage of a person being transformed into an infested, or maybe even a protoframe, as the lyrics could easily be set to a montage of Umbra's backstory and feel entirely at home. It also makes very direct allusions to the characters of Warframe's story, calling out the 3 taps of the man in the walls rap tap tap, which itself alludes to the 3 fingers on their hand as a result of Albrecht's experiment, even directly pointing at the Scaldra command structure by mentioning the Major, meaning Major Nessie Rousulka, wanting revenge against her specifically. The message of this song expresses the extent of their will to resist the Scaldra. Bury me with all the things that I hate. when I'm dead, bury me with all the things that I hate. Till then, come and see everything that you love turn gray. The specific request to be buried with the things they hate is the most telling. These lines essentially expressing both a willingness to die a martyr and a commitment to succeeding at bringing down the fascist regime. Of course, no exploration of 1999's music would be complete without also looking at Techrot Encore. With this update, a new stage and 4 new characters joined the Hex, each of the 4 bonus tracks corresponding to our new friends, Kaya, Minerva, Velimir, and Flair, whereas the stage defense song, Lamenting the Days, became the anthem of this particular story arc.
The message went unanswered. I stood alone as the world ended, and you never even replied. The last thing I saw was the glow of a message that never came. Then the glow of a world that went away.
Lamenting the Days is a tragic song that expresses a deeply ingrained feeling of imposter syndrome and an equally rooted survivor's guilt, as Flair struggles with the murder of their bandmates and what it means to be the only one saved by Dr. Friday. Their initial reaction was to lash out in violence, but once the anger fades into resentment, that feeling can spread to everything. Through the eyes of my peers, there is a glare that radiates. Something tangible remains clear in my mind. My head is spinning. Gotta regain control. Through the eyes of my peers, there is a glare that radiates. Doubt there's a place that I can fit with trust wearing thin, I fold like paper airplanes. In these lines, Flair is feeling the expectations of their band, the feeling that their bandmates would resent them for failing to save their lives, and thus personifying them in the lyrics. Flair now responds with a self-doubt that they will not be able to live up to those expectations, that they will lose themselves in the pursuit of their vengeance, thanks to the Tekrot infestation that is taking over their mind. At the same time, the song expresses Flair's loneliness in a way that they might not even realize. As the story arc of Flair's friendship sim minigame describes, Flair's struggle against Lizzie is a struggle with both retaining their individual identity while craving the love and compassion of others, seeking to understand themselves, feeling as though others will muddy their authentic self, but unable to reach that understanding without the support of friends. I want what's within my grasp, it's a truth that eludes me. This lyric can thus be read metaphorically and literally. The thing that is within Flair's grasp is both a goal of setting the world right and avenging his comrades against the fascist state, as well as their relationship with Lizzie, the infested guitar that seeks to unify with Flair's consciousness. Giving them a loving family that both respects their individual consciousness and connects them to the infinite fourth-dimensional vastness of the Helminth hive mind. The least alone a person could ever be. The message went unanswered. I stood alone as the whole world ended and you never even replied. The last thing I saw was the glow of a message that never came, then the glow of a world that went away. With this foreknowledge, Flair is able to write in their song an understanding of where the world is headed, the poisoning of the planet Earth and the rise of the spacefaring Orokin Empire, saying that they are waiting for others to rise up with them and cheekily guilting the audience for not acting. With this new perspective, Flair and Lizzie set out on stage to inspire others to survive, to not give up their identities to the violence and alienation of the Scaldra. Notably, the stage defense mission omits the glow lines, perhaps as a means of prioritizing in-game audio. However, we could also read this as a creative choice for the live performance, as the message they seek to convey to the people of Hulvania isn't one of fated tragedy. During their performance, Flair breaks from the singing to speak directly to the people of Hulvania, to speak against Victor's insulting rhetoric. As Victor insults Flair, calling them an abomination, a chimera, a disgusting mutation, and telling Hulvania to close their ears to their music, Flair calls out directly to the people of Hulvania, I need you to know you are loved, you are needed, you are not disposable. Directly opposite to the insult, the isolation, and the genocide perpetuated by the Scaldra, who purge citizens as quickly as they purge the real Tekrot. To counter Flair's music, Victor has kitted a heavily armored operative to scream over the music with religious propaganda, yelling, "Heretic, I am your salvation," for purity, co-opting the shared dualist religion of Hulvania's worship of Luha and Sol. As we dispatch the screamers, Lizzie and Flair ridicule the paltry attempt to outdo our music with guideless yelling that couldn't even be called screamo, and thus Victor falls back once again to the constant insult and accusations, using frequency of rhetoric to cover up the truth, that no matter how different we are, no matter how much we don't fit their definition of purity, we are people, and we cannot be silenced. Liberalism as a political philosophy is first and foremost an economic philosophy. It has its philosophical foundations in humanism, which on a rational basis believed in the idea that all people are ontologically equal. From the philosophy of John Locke, it holds that all people without exception have a right to life, liberty, and property. Where liberalism conflicts with the rainbow of different leftists is on the value of property and how it interferes with life and liberty. From a perspective of material history, humanism failed to end the institutions of chattel slavery, failed to create universal women's suffrage, failed to create equal protection under the law for queer people, immigrants, children, women, disabled people, and racial minorities. Yet it has been the popular faith in the idea of universal individual rights in liberalism that has led people to strive for greater equality and equity over time. Liberalism, as an economic offshoot of this humanist philosophy, is the belief that under no circumstances should a person or corporation be limited by government in pursuits of commerce, even if in so doing those functions of commerce respond to other social and political values and end up reinforcing arbitrary limitations on human rights, or the exploitation of people in the name of commerce. The liberal is labeled the centrist by the left, and labeled the left by the right, because they will always prioritize free commerce at the expense of any defined value. For fascism and rightists, property is not up for debate. Instead, it is a fundamental disagreement about who gets to enjoy life and liberty. They disagree that your right to speak your mind without consequence from the state should be protected. The fascist politician will deport you and jail you without due process because you critique them. They will kill you for your decadence. The rightist will defend the violation of your individual rights as justified because you are a troublemaker, because you aren't the correct religion or nationality, because you are not the correct sex or gender. Unless you are speaking as a propagandist, defending the rightist state with every breath, the journalist is not safe to speak their mind. The philosopher is not safe to speak their mind. You on the street are not safe to speak your mind. A rightist believes that a person must conform to a single ideal. That ideal is defined by conformity to a fascist government, and expressions of life and liberty that do not conform are duly punished. Because under fascism, property is not up for debate. A citizen is the property of the state. The United States is, whether it be moderate Republicans or moderate Democrats, a nation of liberal humanists. Some of us have embraced the rightist fascist denial of life and liberty, and its philosophy is growing. People whose liberalism did not care for society beyond their care for stable commerce dropped the safeguards which made a liberal society great. Embraced political discourse defined by extremists, propagandists, grifters, and the wealthy upper classes. These have given space for the rise of fascism. We once again need to educate each other on what liberalism was originally trying to protect: individual liberty. The right to live how you see fit, without being defined by someone else, without being defined by someone else's religion, without being defined by someone else's philosophy, without being defined by someone else's government. To be tolerant of differences by refusing to allow the violent force of government to retaliate against your freedom of expression, your freedom of speech, your music. My only question for the moderates engaging modern political philosophy is this: do you know your values? Do you understand where those values actually stand in the diaspora of political thought? Do you believe in individual liberty? If you can answer those questions, then you can ask yourself that question each time a new talking point gets repeated across the daily news or political influencers podcast. True discussions of political philosophy will not inadvertently lead you into supporting politics that do not align with your human values. I used to call myself a liberal. I used to call myself a conscientious centrist. I now call myself a leftist because my values are the support of universal human rights for all people without caveat or qualification, and I reject any values that assert a right that allows them to violate the rights of others. I have never hidden my politics. I never will hide them, even if it is not safe to do so. I believe in individual liberty. We are currently living in a world that is trying to violently reassert the dominance of a very narrow and restrictive worldview. A world that openly, brazenly, and proudly makes exceptions for who gets to enjoy equal rights under the law. In the 1970s and 80s, punk rock was the response. Radical freedom of the self, radical freedom of expression, radically individual and unique, and proving to the world that radical individuals can, and did, create culture and community across the world. Right now, I am not calling you to match my politics, but I am asking you to do something. More than any time in our lives, the world needs you to be punk rock.